Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Coming up this morning on your Fox 45 Early Edition newscast, Police Commissioner Michael Harrison announces his plans to step down. We're taking a look at his time on the job and who plans to take over the position next, plus how this change of power will impact the city in the long run. Good morning to you. It's Friday, June 9th, and happy you're with us this morning. Let's go ahead and start off with meteorologist Amy Aronson with your forecast and an update on this air quality. Oh, my goodness. It's been kind of hazy out there.
Yeah, and finally, we're seeing a break. I don't know if you saw the moon this morning, but I noticed it looked white again, which is encouraging news heading into a weekend and heading into a Friday. We're finally seeing improving conditions. We're back in the moderate category, so that's much improved from the very unhealthy category we were in yesterday, and this should only continue to get better as we move forward into the weekend. Temperature-wise, we're off to a cool start, mid and upper 50s to begin your morning. I would still limit your time outside this morning, but if you want to get out for a quick walk with the dog, I think you're in better shape today. Still some lingering haze early, but after that, we should see some mixing out of the smoke, and then we're just turning mostly cloudy. And guess what? We're tracking a chance for some showers and some storms, too. We actually need the rain, so this is beneficial for us. That's going to come our way this afternoon with temperatures ending up in the low to mid-70s today. Coming up in 10 minutes, I will walk you through the timeline for that rain chance, and I'll let you know exactly what that means for all your Friday night plans. Taylor?
Sounds good. All right, let's go ahead and check your traffic here. The Len Stoller Traffic Network taking you live over the Francis Scott Key Bridge. Much clearer than it was yesterday. Overall, no incidents or accidents to report.
And I want to say a special thank you to this city and the people of this city. Seeing you, hearing from you, shaking your hands at the gas station, in the supermarkets, at church, is why I wake up every day to do this job again the next day.
This morning, we are continuing our coverage on Police Commissioner Michael Harrison announcing his plans to step down. Some leaders say they had no clue this was going to happen.
It's a decision I don't fully understand, and I'll say the mayor has much more information about what's going on in the department, how decisions have been made in the department, for why he decided to make this change.
Harrison is one of the longest-serving city police commissioners since taking his position in March of 2019. His contract was set to expire in March of 2024 with an earning salary of more than $287,000. His tenure now comes to an end. Now, here's a look at the crime fight under Harrison. This is data from the past 6 years, measuring the number of homicides between January 1st and May 31st. It shows after a historically violent start to last year, we are seeing improvement, but the homicide numbers are still above where they were in 2018, the year before his arrival. Commissioner Michael Harrison's departure makes this the 11th change in leadership at BPD just since 2000. And now the torch is being passed on to Deputy Commissioner Richard Worley. Both Mayor Scott and Harrison are supportive of Worley taking on the new position. The mayor is making a point to nominate a candidate within the department. Worley is from Baltimore. He's been serving in the police department here for more than 25 years, joining the force back in 1998. He worked his way up from being a police officer in the Western District to deputy commissioner in 2022, and now interim commissioner. The mayor said Worley has, quote, Old Bay in his blood. Ahead of Worley's confirmation, Fox 45 spoke with experts who say any time there's a change in leadership, there are some risk involved. Law enforcement expert Jason Johnson says any change at the helm of Baltimore Police Department can come with its own set of problems.
When there's rapid turnover in that role, it has a very devastating impact on the organization. It creates chaos, it creates uncertainty. He's going to have to contend with that, and he's going to have to contend with very complicated Baltimore politics. And that is probably the number one reason that we're looking at our 5th police commissioner in the last 8 years.
Johnson believes the transition could be mild, as interim commissioner Richard Worley says he'll plan to stay the course. He's been Harrison's number 2 in command. Now, City State's Attorney Ivan Bates reacting to the news as well. In a statement, he said he has deeply appreciated his partnership with the commissioner in launching the citation docket program and restore accountability. He goes on to say Harrison's work to reform BPD is one of the most impressive displays of leadership Baltimore has seen. We're also hearing from former Baltimore Mayor Sheila Dixon. She joined us yesterday on Fox 45 News to share for her perspective.
You want to make sure that if you see progress, you want to continue to build on that. I can't say that any clearer because of being in that position before. So hopefully all these plans that are in place and changes that have been made, that things won't slip back, that they'll continue to go in a positive direction.
Now, we want you to join in on this conversation. Do you think it was the right time for Harrison to step down? So far, 75% of voters say no, but you can make your voice heard right now at foxbaltimore.com/vote. To watch this entire news conference with the mayor and Michael Harrison, go to our YouTube page. Just search Fox Baltimore when you get there. A Baltimore homeowner sees some relief after her home was sold by the city on accident. Coming up, what she's now granted following the city admitting blame. And we're feeling some warmer temperatures heading into the weekend. Still to come, meteorologist Amy Aronson is tracking our next weather maker. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
.38 on this Friday morning. As we head into the weekend, we are still looking at a little bit of lingering haze and smoke today, but we're also tracking a chance for some much-needed rain, and that should help clear things out a little bit. Some scattered afternoon and evening showers and thunderstorms with highs in the mid-70s today. The weekend turns drier and also much warmer. Winds come in out of the south, which is also going to help clear out some additional smoke. Mid-80s on Saturday. The best pool day, that's coming up on Sunday with highs getting close to that 90-degree mark. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, we will look ahead to a chance of rain, a better chance for rain next week, and I'll let you know exactly what that means for our drought monitor, too. Taylor?
I told them, you know, this wasn't my property. This was an error. It was really, really heart-wrenching.
Fox 45 News is getting more answers for a Baltimore homeowner after her home was sold by the city on accident. Now, the city has since admitted blame and has now agreed to grant her request for reimbursement. According to the city, there was a mix-up between Crawford's home and a vacant house across the street. For the fees spent saving her home from foreclosure, Crawford will now be fully refunded. The city has agreed to pay Crawford back after Fox 45 News ran multiple stories and sent questions to the city on Crawford's behalf. Crawford spokesperson Thuru Vignaraja says the situation put a significant strain on Crawford's finances, and she's relieved the city decided to make things right.
She is so grateful. It shouldn't come to this, but the fact that the city had the common sense and humanity to understand that they could and needed to right this wrong, it's exactly what we expect our city politicians to do.
In total, the city's agreed to pay Crawford back $2,700. The fight for justice continues 24 years since a Woodlawn teen was found dead. Now the family of Heyman Lee is calling on the state's highest court to reopen that hearing that set Syed free just last year. Anad Syed's 20-year conviction has been heard around the world because of the podcast Serial. In September, former Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby was successful in throwing Syed's conviction out after she said new DNA evidence came out. The family of Lee says they were not given enough time to prepare or take part. They are asking the state Supreme Court to rule that crime victims have the right to be heard during the process to vacate someone's conviction. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is back in the U.S. following a trip to Saudi Arabia. After the break, how this trip was bigger than just infrastructure and clean energy. And the Pentagon is speaking out on a possible spy station developing in Cuba. Why they say the leaked reports are not accurate. Here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Dee Dee Gatton. This morning on the National Desk, wasteful government spending in the spotlight. How your tax dollars are being spent. It's our Waste of the Week. That's this morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. But you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Making headlines this morning, the Pentagon is pushing back against claims that China is developing a spy station in Cuba. The press secretary says those reports leaked to the press are not accurate. The Wall Street Journal reports China reached a secret deal with Cuba to establish an electronic eavesdropping facility, which could allow Beijing to gather data across the southeastern U.S. While the Pentagon says there's no evidence of such agreement.
I would say that the relationship that those two countries share is something that we continuously monitor. I would say that, as you've heard us say many times, China's activities, both in our hemisphere and around the world, any concerning activities are something that we will continue to watch closely.
Cuba's deputy foreign minister also denied the report. Secretary of State Antony Blinken wraps up his trip to Saudi Arabia. He's been meeting officials there for the past 3 days, discussing a wide range of issues, including Iran, regional infrastructure, and clean energy. Blinken also used the trip to reaffirm the Biden administration's goal of normalizing relations between the Saudis and Israel.
I think this would be a very important step forward, and it would certainly be a priority and is a priority for us. Integration is good for the region, for all concerned, and we will continue to pursue it.
Saudi Arabia, however, is pouring cold water on the idea. They say any integration with Israel will have limited benefits unless they come to peace with Palestinian people. All right, let's get over to meteorologist Amy Aronson with an updated look at our forecast. I mean, yesterday people were sneezing. We heard migraines were caused by some of the air quality. Clearing up a little bit?
Yes, finally clearing up. Okay. Yesterday was rough. Yesterday was the peak, and today things are gradually going to get better. So we are still under a code orange air quality alert, not like what we were seeing yesterday. Of course, it's a level down, but this means if you have any issues breathing, younger, older people still want to limit time outside today with air pollution levels, concentrations a little higher than normal. But we should see gradual improvement, not only as the day continues, but especially as we get into the weekend. Now that looks closer to normal, right? We're looking down at the Inner Harbor, which looks much brighter on this Friday morning. Certainly a welcome sight, starting off with clear skies for a change. Mid-50s to start, mid-70s to end today. We are definitely tracking less smoke and less haze for your Friday. We're also tracking a chance for some much-needed rainfall, a chance for some late-day showers, and potentially a thunderstorm. Now, over the weekend, no more rain in the forecast, just dry and actually heating up as the weekend continues, giving us that summery feel. So let's track that future smoke for today. We're still in the moderate category today, but you'll notice as the day continues, we should see less and less smoke. And as we head through your Friday night, even less. So that haze should start to finally dissipate. And over the weekend, winds are going to come in from the south, and that's going to help dissipate it even more. So even more of an improvement as we get into the day on Saturday. You'll notice we're in the lowest category here. Very, very light stuff at that point. And then even better come Sunday. But then we've got another issue on our hands that we haven't talked about a whole lot because we have been focusing on the smoke and on the haze, and that's the drought monitor. This gets updated on Thursdays. So this was updated yesterday, and it shows we're now included in a moderate drought for more of the region. So that means we're a category up on that scale you see at the top of the screen. So we could really, really use the rain, and we are going to get a little bit of it as we head through the afternoon today. Not a ton. Low to mid-70s first, then some spotty showers develop. Potentially an isolated thunderstorm this evening, but nothing severe. Rain shouldn't last all night. So for your Friday night plans, I do not think it's a washout. Just have an umbrella on standby. Looks like shortly after sunset, we're all dry, and we actually stay dry as we move forward into the weekend. Saturday's a beauty. We've got clear skies to start, sunshine to end. I think you're finally in the clear to get back outside. Temperatures will be warming nicely into the mid-80s, and then Sunday, even hotter. So for today, couple of things to mention. We still have some lingering haze this morning. After that, mostly cloudy with that chance for some spotty showers and even a couple of storms this afternoon and this evening. Not quite as warm. Temperatures will be below average today and ending up in the low to mid-70s. For tonight, we keep that chance for a few storms in the forecast early, but by sunset, you'll notice we are dry, and then we stay dry as we head into the weekend. Weekend as a whole is a dry one. Sunday's a hot one, highs close to 90. We do have that better chance for some rain come Monday, and it looks like a stray shower will linger through midweek. Taylor?
All righty, let's go ahead and check your traffic now to the Len Stoller Traffic Network, taking you live over the Francis Scott Key Bridge. Much clearer than yesterday. Overall, no accidents or incidents to report this time of morning. But let's check with mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning to you on this Friday.
Well, good morning, Taylor. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. You'll find train 403 and train 505 on the Penn line, operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains of MARC on time for the start. If your ride is on Light Rail Link, you'll find on-time service there at Metro Subway Link for the start. Looking good between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
All right, thanks, Mark. Trending now a little closer to home. Did you catch him? A familiar face on Jeopardy last night. David Ford is from Pasadena, and last night he got his chance to compete on the classic game show Jeopardy. Well, our Tom Rogers sat down with him about his experience of being on the game show.
One thing sitting on the couch and then getting up there under the lights and the pressure, it's completely different. But I loved it. I enjoyed every second of it. It was almost euphoric, so to speak, to finally live out my dream, because it's a dream, and it's a dream for not only myself but everybody who steps onto that stage, because they are realizing the effort and the books that they read and the flashcards that they study. And everything.
How much studying are you doing before this?
My whole life, but more realistically, in the last few months, between the time that I knew I was going to be on and my air date, it was a lot of brushing up on world capitals and presidents and the like.
Sadly, David won't be making any big purchases anytime soon. He did not get to move forward to tonight's show, but he says, nevertheless, it was a dream to just be on the show. Go ahead and catch his full interview. That's coming up at our 8 o'clock hour. And remember, you can watch Jeopardy weekdays at 7 right here on Fox 45.
I'm Christine Frizzell with a look at the rocky road ahead for student loan forgiveness, why a presidential veto may not save a signature plan.
And former President Donald Trump says he has been federally indicted in the Mar-a-Lago documents probe. Coming up, when we could expect to see him in court. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Developing now, Donald Trump says he's been indicted on charges of mishandling documents at his Florida estate. The former president announced this on his social media site, Truth Social, just last night. He also said he's due in federal court Tuesday afternoon in Miami. The Justice Department so far keeping quiet on the matter, but sources familiar with the indictment say Trump now faces 7 charges related to the classified documents probe. Trump claims he declassified the documents and denies any wrongdoing.
I'm an innocent man. We will prove that again. 7 years of proving it, and here we go again. Very unfair, but that's the way it is.
Investigators seized more than 300 government documents at Mar-a-Lago just last year, including more than 100 labeled classified. Now taking you live to the Capitol this morning as Congress gets into the mix of the student loan debate. As Christine Frizzell reports, this comes because the Supreme Court has still not handed down its ruling on if the White House exceeded its authority in implementing the student loan forgiveness plan.
In much of the country, school's out for summer. College graduates looking ahead to a future that for many includes repaying tens of thousands of dollars in student debt, with an estimated 43 million borrowers owing more than $1.6 trillion in outstanding federal loans. The question of forgiving some of that debt, a contentious one, as it was back in 2020.
My daughter's getting out of school. I've saved all my money. She doesn't have any student loans. Am I going to get my money back? Of course not.
Today, there remains a wide range of views, even from students themselves, as relayed to Full Measure's Scott Thuman.
When you go to college, you are effectively buying a product. Much like a new car, when you go to buy a new car, you have to sign on the dotted line.
If you think about what our government is paying for, they're paying up the wazoo for military budgets, for aid in other countries. If the government can, produce this money out of thin air, why can they not do it for us?
The White House plan would forgive up to $20,000 for students who went to college on Pell Grants and $10,000 for those without, if specific requirements are met. A bill passed in both the House and Senate blocking the plan, which President Biden vetoed this week.
Nearly 90% of those relief dollars go to people making less than $75,000 a year.
But student loan forgiveness is anything but guaranteed. The authority of the White House to issue such a plan questioned before the Supreme Court, with a ruling expected soon.
The bill is passed.
And the bipartisan debt ceiling deal included a mandate that student loan repayments paused during the pandemic restart by August 30th. I'm Christine Frizzell reporting.
All right, we want you to join in on the national conversation. Do you think the federal government should forgive student loan debt? Of those who voted, 94% say yes. You go to foxbaltimore.com and hit the Pulse tab to weigh in. Or no, rather. Topping your health headlines, Chevron will have to pay out $63 million for covering up a toxic pit. Yesterday, a California jury voted in favor of a man who unknowingly built his home on top of the chemicals back in the 80s. According to court papers, Chevron subsidiary Union Oil had used the land as a sump pit for oil and gas production for years, which left the chemical benzene in the ground. Nearly 30 years after buying the land, Wright was diagnosed with a blood cancer that can be caused by benzene exposure. Elsewhere, an FDA advisory panel is endorsing a new shot to protect infants from RSV. The respiratory virus is typically mild, but it can be dangerous. It's the leading cause of hospitalization among infants. Now, the 21-member committee voted unanimously to approve the use of antibody drug at birth during a child's first RSV season. In a separate vote, all but 2 members supported giving a second dose to vulnerable children during their second RSV season. Now, the FDA will decide.
A major shakeup within the Baltimore City Police Department. Just ahead, we have the reaction and what comes next after Michael Harrison announces he's stepping down as police commissioner.
And we're tracking the changes to come during the police commissioner transition, the risks some experts are now highlighting.
And I'm finally tracking improving air quality conditions. I'll let you know exactly what this means for your weekend in a couple of minutes.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
4:59 on this Friday morning, June 9th. Thank you for waking up with us. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gilland. A noticeable difference when you head out the door this morning with the air quality.
It smells different, and the moon is back to being white.
I thought the same thing. Let's bring in meteorologist
First
Amy
thing
Aronson.
I saw this morning.
Yep.
Yeah, a relief this morning after what we've been dealing with the past couple of days. Finally, some improvement, and that's good timing heading into a weekend, too. I know a lot of folks are anxious to get back outside, and today it looks a little better for it. Now, we are still looking at moderate air quality conditions across our region, so not as bad as it was yesterday. Yesterday was very unhealthy. This is definitely a couple steps below that. So we are still in code orange air quality alert. That just means if you have any issues breathing, any sensitive groups, still want to limit time outside today if possible, but overall much improved. And we'll continue to improve as we get into the weekend. We're comfortable this morning, mid and upper 50s to get things started. If you are itching for some fresh air, I think you're in luck by the end of the day at least. Still a little bit of lingering haze this morning, otherwise turning mostly cloudy with highs in the low to mid 70s. Another change, we're tracking some much needed rainfall. A chance for some scattered showers and storms showing up later this afternoon. I've got an updated look at the timeline of that and what it means for all your Friday night plans in just about 10 minutes. Tom, Megan.
Thank you, Amy. Taking a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network, and you can see some of the cameras around the Baltimore region wide open. The only thing that was just clearing up now, construction crews are clearing out of the Fort McHenry Tunnel. All 4 lanes are now wide open, both tubes.
And I want to say a special thank you to this city and the people of this city. Seeing you, hearing from you, shaking your hands at the gas station, in the supermarkets, at church, is why I wake up every day to do this job again the next day.
Well, this morning we have continuing coverage on Police Commissioner Michael Harrison announcing his plans to step down.
Now, he says this is in the best interest of the city, despite being one of the longest serving city police commissioners since taking his position in March of 2019.
That's right. Shannon Lilly live as the community reacts now to this decision. Shannon.
Yeah, there is certainly an element of shock, Megan, among some city leaders. Remember, this decision is effective immediately, and that's causing quite a shakeup right here at the Baltimore Police Headquarters, as another police commissioner just steps down. In fact, some city leaders tell us anonymously they had no clue this would happen. Those leaders even meeting with Harrison talking crime strategy up until Wednesday, but 24 hours later, something clearly changed. Other leaders are responding publicly, so let's hear their reactions.
I think I've been very clear with the need for a change in direction in the department, and I'm hopeful that under Acting Commissioner Worley's leadership, we're going to see those needed changes.
It's a decision I don't fully understand, and I'll say the mayor has much more information about what's going on in the department, how decisions have been made in the department. For why he decided to make this change. There are missing pieces to how we got here.
Well, in yesterday's press conference, the mayor briefly addressing how we got here, saying he and the commissioner had discussions over the past few weeks about the future of the department, and it became clear to them that now is the right time to make this transition. Harrison's departure marks the 11th change in leadership at BPD since 2000. Harrison is one of the longest-serving city police commissioners since taking his position in March of 2019. His contract was set to expire in March of 2024. And as for what's next, effective immediately, Baltimore native and former Deputy Commissioner Rich Worley now takes over as acting commissioner, guys.
Well, Shannon, did Harrison actually say what he's going to do next?
He didn't, Tom, but despite the rumors that have been swirling, he specifically said that he has taken no job offers, that he's done no job interviews, in fact, and that he is using this time now to rest, to breathe, to spend time with family, and to ensure that this is a smooth transition. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
All right, Shannon, thank you. Here's a look at some of the crime fight under Harrison's command. This is data from the past 6 years measuring the number of homicides between January 1st and May 31st. And it shows after an historically violent start to the year last year here, we're seeing improvement. But the homicide numbers are still above where they were back in 2018, the year before his arrival.
Commissioner Michael Harrison's departure makes this 11th change in leadership at Baltimore's police department since 2000. And now the torch is being passed to Deputy Commissioner Richard Worley. Both Mayor Scott and Harrison are supportive of Worley taking this position. The mayor is making a point to nominate a candidate from within the department. Worley is from Baltimore and has been serving in the police department for more than 25 years, joining as a trainee in 1998. He worked his way up from being a police officer in the Western District to deputy commissioner in 2022, now interim commissioner. Mayor said Worley has, quote, Old Bay in his blood.
Well, ahead of Worley's confirmation, law enforcement expert Jason Johnson says any change at the helm of the Baltimore Police Department can come with problems.
When there's rapid turnover in that role, it has a very devastating impact on the organization. It creates chaos. It creates uncertainty. He's going to have to contend with that, and he's going to have to contend with very complicated Baltimore politics. And that is probably the number one reason that we're looking at our 5th police commissioner in the last 8 years.
Johnson believes the transition could be mild, though, as interim Commissioner Richard Worley says he plans to stay the course. He's been Harrison's number 2 in command.
City State's Attorney Ivan Bates reacting to the news. In a statement he wrote, he has deeply appreciated his partnership with the commissioner in launching the citation docket program and restore accountability. And Harrison's work to reform BPD is one of the most impressive displays of leadership Baltimore has seen. We want you to join in on the conversation. Do you think it was the right time for Harrison to step down? So far, 75% of those who have responded say it is not the right time. If you'd like to make your voice heard, head over to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Well, to watch the entire news conference, you can go to our YouTube page. Just search Fox Baltimore to get started.
Still to come this morning, we are taking a look at how your air quality index is holding up, plus the conference happening today to help you better be prepared in the future.
And reaction pouring in from GOP lawmakers on the federal indictment of former President Donald Trump, what they're saying and when he's set to appear in court next, just ahead here at the Live Center.
And we are looking at improving air quality conditions across our region finally. I'll let you know what to expect for the weekend and your weekend plans in a couple of minutes. It's 5:06. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. 5:09 on this Friday morning. We're finally looking at improving air quality conditions as we get into the weekend, and actually a really nice weekend coming up. So for today, we're still in that orange category. That puts us in the unhealthy category for sensitive groups. So if you suffer from asthma or any breathing issues, you still want to limit your time outside today if possible. But over the weekend, we are finally in better shape. Moderate category both Saturday and Sunday with dropping air quality levels. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, we will talk about our rain chances over the next couple of days. We actually need the rain, and we've got a little bit on the way before the day is over. Tom, Megan.
All right, Amy, thank you. Former President Donald Trump facing a federal indictment.
Yeah, this morning reaction now coming in from GOP lawmakers regarding this indictment of a former president.
Taylor Stewart in our live center with what happens now. Taylor.
Well, that's right. You guys, a live look now for Miami, where Trump's legal team is preparing for an arraignment in Miami for Tuesday at 3 p.m. Now, he's facing 7 counts in connection with alleged mishandling of classified documents the FBI says it found at his home in Mar-a-Lago. Those charges include false statements and conspiracy to obstruct. Prosecutorial misconduct will likely be at least one line of defense as we see that deployed in an effort to eventually have the charges thrown out. Take a listen to what his lawyer had to say.
Yeah, he's going to show up. Look, he knows he's innocent. He knows this is garbage. He knows there's fundamental flaws with each one of the counts that they're apparently putting in this indictment. And he knows that the whole process, starting from the archivist, was a corrupt and politicized one. He's going to be ready to handle this case and help his attorneys fight it. And we'll see. It'll make some excitement to see who shows up at the table on Tuesday, I guess.
And we're also getting some new reaction. It's highlighting the wedge between some Republicans and on the campaign trail. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who's Trump's leading opponent, appearing to come to his defense, calling the weaponization of federal law enforcement a mortal threat to a free society. Also, former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie tweeting this: "Let's see what the facts are. No one is above the law, no matter how much they wish they were." Also, Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson saying this. He says Trump's actions should not define our nation or the Republican Party, calling on him to end his campaign. We'll keep you updated here. That's the latest from the Live Center.
All right, Taylor, thank you. It is now clear what is responsible for the most destructive wildfire in Colorado history. Coming up, why one company is calling the findings flawed.
The House putting their votes on pause until next week. How the debt debate factors into this revolt. 5:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning. 5:15 and making your headlines this Friday morning. The House is postponing all legislative duties until Monday. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy made that announcement, citing a group of conservatives holding up some bills over frustration with last week's debt bill. According to McCarthy, the group is not specifying any demands. That's making it difficult to iron out the problem.
There's a little chaos going on, but the focus I always keep is right in front of the windshield, the American public, and we're going to work to solve the American public's problem. Some people want their certain bills up at a certain time. We're just going to work through the agenda and get everything done.
Now, some House Republicans say they're not worried. Congressman Scott Perry told Punchbowl News yesterday most of the legislation the House puts up are message bills, meaning that they're not meant to pass the Senate.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott signed several border security bills, saying that Washington, D.C.'s lack of action forced the Texas legislature's hands.
Washington, D.C. has failed to do its job to secure our border. As a result, Texas has had to take unprecedented steps in responding to the crisis caused by the Biden administration on the border.
Abbott signed 3 bills. One creates a new state crime to enter into Texas illegally. Another forms a Texas border force within the Texas Rangers. And then the third provides a mandatory minimum sentence for human smuggling.
Embers from an old wood fire and sparks from a power line are now determined to be the cause of the most destructive wildfire in Colorado's history.
The December 2021 blaze, dubbed the Marshall Fire, destroyed nearly 1,100 homes, left 2 people dead, and caused $2 billion in damage.
Authorities investigated the incident for 18 months to see if anyone was criminally responsible. They say the culprit, a loose power line, as well as a scrap wood fire that rekindled despite its burial being approved by firefighters. The Boulder County Sheriff had trouble sharing the news.
With every home that burned that day, people lost everything. All their possessions, family heirlooms, were turned to ash. I share in that loss as I lost my home to the Marshall Fire.
The owner of the power line, Excel Energy, calls the findings flawed, denying their power line caused the fire. The county is not filing criminal charges.
If you see the smoke, if you smell it, you want to stay indoors.
It's crazy. I've never seen anything like this.
Another day filled with some smoky skies comes to an end as parts of the nation deal with the spread from Canadian wildfires. Residents in the Midwest and Northeast still on alert as unhealthy air continues to move all across our nation.
Happening today, Johns Hopkins will be holding a briefing on the health concerns coming from the wildfire smoke. At 11 o'clock this morning, air quality and medical experts will be speaking on how we can better be prepared for future incidents like this.
And over the past few days, we've been getting a lot of pictures from you, the viewers, across the Baltimore region. Larry sent us these pictures from his view on the Francis Scott Key Bridge. You see that on the right. Well, actually, there we go. Here we go. Here we see some of the images yesterday afternoon, and it's really just driving off into smoke.
And then Brenda sent us this comparison picture. On the right is yesterday's smoky skies right there, and on the left, 3 days before that, you can actually see blue skies, real clouds. Make sure you chime in your pictures, your videos. Would love to see what you saw. You can head to foxbaltimore.com to get started.
Yesterday, about 4 in the afternoon, all of a sudden I looked up and I'm like, hey, there's blue skies, kids, look.
I noticed the same thing. It's suddenly cleared. And now we're hearing it's moving southward. So does that impact the southern states?
And will we be getting another round of it because those fires are still burning? Right. Meteorologist Amy Aronson here talking about the quality and the improvement.
Yeah, exactly. Improvement for the weekend. So for the short term, we're in good shape, but winds could turn. And yeah, this could certainly happen again. So best be prepared for future events. But here's a look at the next 3 days. Much improved. Today, we're still at 112 for our air quality index, puts us in that unhealthy group for sensitive groups, so that unhealthy category for sensitive groups. That means if you have any issues breathing, so want to limit your time outside today like you have been doing the past couple of days. But over the weekend, we're back in the moderate category. So at that point, I think everybody's in better shape to get back outside and enjoy some fresh air. So for today, here's a look at what that means. That orange category puts us in that unhealthy category for sensitive groups. That means if you have any any heart or lung disease, asthma, young children, the elderly, you still want to limit your time outside if possible for at least one more day. Still looks a little hazy out there in Towson this morning, but it does look much better than the past couple of days. We should see the sun make an appearance shortly. Temperatures are off to a comfortable start, mid and upper 50s to near 60 to begin your day. Not bad for a Friday morning. Now, we are tracking a little disturbance that's going to be pushing in from the north. We actually need the rain, so this is beneficial to us. It's going to send us a small chance for some scattered showers and storms before the day is over. You can see the clouds and the rain associated with that. But once that moves through, skies should clear for the rest of the weekend. So let's talk about that rain chance today. It pops up right around 2, 3 o'clock this afternoon. Some scattered showers to start, potentially a thunderstorm to end this evening. After that, we'll dry things out, and we actually stay dry for the rest of the weekend. Clear skies, blue skies, and sunshine in the forecast. Finally, for your Saturday. As we get into Sunday, similar setup. Not much happening here. We'll stay nice and dry, rain-free, but we'll also be heating up. And that's in advance of this weather maker. That's our next best chance for rain. That's going to push in on Monday, sending us a much better chance for some showers and some storms. So today, not the best pool day. We're still dealing with that lingering haze, plus a chance for some late day showers and even a potential for some thunderstorms. But over the weekend, you get the green light both days. Bright and sunny on Saturday, even hotter on Sunday with highs approaching 90. Maybe your weekend plans take you to the beaches. Not as great down there today, too. We are still tracking some spotty showers and storms there, along with some lingering haze. But Saturday and Sunday look much better with some sunshine returning and temperatures warming up through the mid and actually upper 70s by the end of the weekend. Our weekend looks pretty warm. Mid 80s for your Saturday, upper 80s for your Sunday. We are tracking showers and storms by Monday, and then a stray shower will linger Tuesday into Wednesday, too. Now let's check in with Mark Jones from the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Amy. Good morning, everyone. Due to service disruptions of yesterday and federally mandated hours of service for train crews, a few Penn Line trains have cancellations or adjustments today. Penn Train 511, one of them. It will originate from Penn Station today and operate to Union Station only. And cancellations on trains 613, 409, 419, and 612. All canceled today. At present, train 505 and train 841 operating with 5-minute delays. Light rail link looking good. No delays or issues in either direction of that service for the start. And Metro Subway link on time from Owings Mills to Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Together, we have truly raised the bar in policing.
Police Commissioner Michael Harrison is stepping down. Still to come, the controversial legacy he leaves behind.
Fight for justice continues in the murder case of Heyman Lee, what the family is now asking for from the state Supreme Court. 522, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning. 525, making your headlines around the state. Residents in Anne Arundel County being warned to avoid contact with Stony Run due to a sewage overflow. Now, a foreign object blocked a manhole, causing 98,000 gallons of raw sewage to be released into the river. Stony Run flows into the Patapsco River. The alert will stay through next Wednesday.
In Howard County, a business is recovering after a blaze struck their building.
Now, these are images provided by the Department of Columbia. Firefighters battled that fire that started in a dumpster before spreading to one of the businesses there. Thankfully, no one was hurt.
Well, the fight for justice continues 24 years since a Woodlawn teenager was found dead.
Now the family of Heyman Lee is calling on the state's highest court to reopen that hearing that said Adnan Syed free last year.
That's right. Syed's 20-year conviction has been heard around the world because of the podcast Serial. In September, former Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby was successful in throwing Syed's conviction out after she said new DNA evidence came out.
Well, the family of Lee says they were not given enough time to take part, and they're asking the state Supreme Court to rule that crime victims and their families have a right to be heard during the process to vacate someone's conviction. We're seeing less haze, good news there, and feeling warmer temperatures heading into the weekend. Still to come, meteorologist Amy Aronson tracking our next weather maker.
As Police Commissioner Michael Harrison steps down, city police now join the long list of city agencies without a permanent leader. Just ahead, we'll take a look at this growing trend of exits amongst these city agencies. You're watching Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Early Edition. It's Friday, June 9th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers, and it is, yes, it's a Friday, and it looks like it's going to be a nicer Friday than what we were dealing with yesterday and Wednesday.
That was crazy. Meteorologist Amy Aronson here with our air quality today.
Yeah, looks better today, finally. Still not totally normal just yet, so still limit your time outside, but over the weekend, it should get better and better. And the weather looks great this weekend, too. Now, today, we're starting off pretty comfy, mid-50s to start. I think if you're itching to get the dog out for a little walk, I think you're in better shape this morning. Now, if you do suffer from any breathing issues, still limit your time outside. Still a little bit of lingering haze and smoke this morning to start things off. We should see a mix of clouds and sun for lunchtime today, but by pickup time, we are tracking the potential actually for some scattered showers and storms. And this is actually beneficial rain. We actually really need it. So coming up in 10 minutes, I will walk you through the timeline for that rain chance today, and we'll also take a look ahead at your weekend forecast too. Tom?
After 4 years in Baltimore, Police Commissioner Michael Harrison is stepping down, leaving behind a legacy of challenges, success, and controversy.
Harrison is the second longest serving commissioner the city has had in 23 years.
To say that we've just come a long way would be an understatement.
While in office, Harrison tackled everything from critically high crime and staffing shortages to a federal consent decree and a city state's attorney with a no prosecution policy for low-level offenses. Yesterday, he spoke on the department impacts from Marilyn Mosby's policies for the first time.
We had to design policy and guidance for the police officers to perform their duties, understanding we could not put officers in positions to do something and get themselves injured, get community members injured, all of the things that go along with that for a case that's likely not going to be prosecuted.
Well, despite many obstacles, Harrison is quick to tout a reduction of excessive force complaints against officers and litigation against the city, as well as a reduction in violent crime this year. His legacy is leaving mixed reviews, though.
I think he ranks up there with one of the worst commissioners we've ever had. Within the last 5 years I was there, you lost a lot. You lost a lot of experience, and you lost a lot of good quality people.
That was Jerry Hensley there, a 40-year veteran of the Baltimore City Police Department. The Baltimore Police Union echoing Hensley's statement. FOP President Mike Mancuso sent a statement to FOX45 News, reading in part, quote, "We have lost over 300 more police officers than we have hired during former Police Commissioner Harrison's tenure. We are currently at 2,100 officers, the lowest point in modern-day history. This leaves the Baltimore Police Department inadequately staffed to carry out its mission. The violence has gone unabated during Harrison's tenure due to his inability to plan to combat it."
Now, we're seeing some reaction from city leaders in response to Harrison's departure. Councilman Mark Conway says, "I'd like to thank Commissioner Harrison for his service to Baltimore and wish him well in the future endeavors. The reforms this department has made over the past several years must continue. I look forward to working with his successor." We also heard somebody, Godiva, just writing, "Commissioner Harrison is the best commissioner the city has ever seen, and he has done a phenomenal job these last 4 years. In the past, whenever there was a murder or a shooting, I feel like officers literally just said, 'Oh, well, another one,' and then never even tried to solve the case." Well, we want you to join in on this conversation. Do you think it was the right time for Harrison to step down? So far, 74% of those who have responded say no, it's not the right time. If you'd like to make your voice heard, just head over to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
As Michael Harrison is the latest leader to leave Baltimore, this is not a new concept for Baltimore. Shannon Lilly joining us live with the growing number of exits. Shannon.
City leaders, Megan, are calling it a crisis. Right now, there are nearly a dozen agencies in the city that do not have a permanent leader. And with Commissioner Michael Harrison announcing he's stepping down, City Police becomes the latest agency to add to this long list. That list also includes the Fire Department, the Department of Transportation, the Department of Health, Public Works, MONSI, and Emergency Services. Now, in a hearing that took place last month, city leaders didn't necessarily address the reason for so many departures, but they did address the problems that the city is facing in filling the positions. Now, they start with a residency requirement, which requires directors of city agencies to live in the city.
That person would be, quite frankly, the ideal candidate for the position, but they don't want to sell their house in the county to move into the city and start over again.
But we spoke with Eurypsy Morgan. She leads a government accountability group, and she believes the revolving door with city leaders is more deeply connected to the city's mayor.
Unfortunately, we're at a point where Baltimore City residents are the ones who are going to suffer because of what we're seeing as a lack of managerial skills.
Now, with the election right around the corner, experts believe recruitment could become that much more difficult because candidates don't know who their next boss will be. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, early edition.
Thank you, Shannon. Making headlines now, the second driver in the Beltway crash that killed 6 people is now being held without bond after police initially had trouble finding her. 54-year-old Lisa Lee has been indicted on 28 charges, including manslaughter and aggressive driving. Police say she told them that she was in Las Vegas before turning herself in. Prosecutors yesterday saying data from Lee's car revealed that she was driving 121 miles per hour before her car plowed through a work zone, killing 6. She is also accused of being under the influence of a drug while driving.
The actions in this case, while they're not intentional, they resulted in significant consequences.
She was very remorseful. She has to live with this day in, day out, and she has physical permanent scars from this.
The other driver involved, 20-year-old Malachi Brown, is now on home detention. Prosecutors say he was driving 122 miles per hour. We are awaiting trial dates in both cases.
Labor market still holding strong. Still to come, we take a look at the latest numbers and how they compare to previous months.
And from the Live Center, a closer look at air quality concerns here and across the country and the events that it's planning to threaten over the weekend.
And the sun will come out today, but the rain not far behind. Coming up, meteorologist Amy Aronson tracking when those showers move in and how the smoke is holding up out there. It's 5:37 now on Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
5:39 this morning, authorities are advising everyone to limit their time outdoors as wildfires continue to rage in Canada.
Just crazy. Taylor Stewart in our live center now with the latest on air quality concerns. It felt better this morning, Taylor.
And it is getting better, but take a look at this tweet from NASA showing the pollution over the eastern region. You can just see it moving across from New York all the way down to where we are here in Maryland. With most of the concerning conditions, as we said, Jersey, D.C. region, as far south as Virginia and South Carolina. It's threatening major outdoor events this weekend. A live look now over New York City, where we are already starting to see, as you can see, the sky is still a little murky there, but there's questions about this morning, the Belmont Stakes, whether that will happen or not. Thursday, Governor Kathy Hochul announced safety measures that will be enhanced throughout this weekend, but she warns the race could be canceled if conditions deteriorate. And a breakdown now from the EPA as they gauge the severity of the air quality. Green meaning it's healthy to breathe, yellow moderate, orange unhealthy for sensitive groups, and red unhealthy for all. Purple very unhealthy, all the way to burgundy, which is hazardous. Another live look, though, this time over Washington, where Thursday the president announced he's sending more support to fight the raging wildfires in Canada and address the ongoing threat to millions of Americans.
It's very important that affected communities listen to the guidance of their state and local officials from this point forward. To keep up to date on the air quality in real time, go to the app that we provided. It's called airnow.gov and check on one another.
Now here's a look at Maryland and the Department of Environment's air quality forecast. You can see most of the state is in orange, which is actually an improvement over yesterday. Some parts are even in yellow out in the west. Let's get over to meteorologist Amy Aronson now with a look at how it's looking in our area. Amy.
Yes, still in that orange category today, Taylor, but we should see improving conditions as we head into the weekend, too. We are looking at that orange category, which means it's still unhealthy for sensitive groups. So if you do suffer from any breathing issues, you still want to limit your time outside at least for one more day. But this weekend looks much better for outdoor plans. We're back in the moderate category. We'll continue to clear out the smoke and the haze and actually welcome back a good amount of sunshine this weekend with warming temperatures, too. I am tracking some rain, though, in the week ahead, and we actually really need the rain. I'll break down your rain chances for the next 7 days in just about 10 minutes. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. This morning, we are tracking the fallout to come as Police Commissioner Michael Harrison steps down in the next half hour, what some experts say could be dangerous changes to come.
And could AI be the future of small businesses? After the break, owners weigh in on the impacts that AI could have on their business down the road. It is 5:42. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Topping your consumer news, while the labor market is still strong, unemployment benefits did creep up last week, hitting their highest since October of 2021. According to the Labor Department, U.S. applications for jobless claims, 261,000 for the week ending June 3rd. It's an increase of 28,000 from the previous week. Even so, analysts caution against concluding that layoffs are speeding up. Weekly figures are often revised.
One of the major fears people have about AI is that it could steal their jobs.
A survey found 2/3 of small business owners disagree that AI tools will replace anyone at their companies.
But at the same time, 44% expect to scale down hiring in the future due to AI capabilities. And the larger the company, the more likely the owners were to agree AI would result in needing fewer new hires. According to accounting company FreshBooks, who conducted the survey, about 25% of business owners are using or testing AI tools like ChatGPT, Google's Bard, or Microsoft's Bing.
And some 60% agree artificial intelligence will dramatically change their business within the next 5 years. The conclusion is the technology is here to stay, and businesses will have AI-related decisions to make as adoption continues to grow.
Well, better breathing quality today. It's not perfect, but really the big concern still is we need rain.
Yep. Meteorologist Amy Aronson here with when that could happen.
Yeah, little mini chance today, better chance come Monday. So timing not bad, right? The weekend in the middle, nice and dry. But today we are still dealing with that moderate air quality issue. So code orange air quality alert today. Not totally done with the haze and the smoke just yet. This means if you have any issues breathing, you still want to limit your time outside today. But over the weekend, this condition will continue to improve even more. Right now, it doesn't look as bad as it has been the past couple of days. We're finally seeing the sun brighten up the sky. Still a little bit of lingering haze out there this morning, but looking so much better. Clear skies being reported currently. We're at a comfortable 55 degrees. Mid-70s is where we're headed today. We are tracking much less smoke and haze today, but we're also tracking that brief chance for some showers and some storms. We're going to follow that up with a dry and actually a very warm weekend. So let's track future smoke over the next 24 hours. Still looking moderate here, but it should continue to clear and dissipate as we head over the next 24 hours. So by tonight, already looking much improved. By tomorrow morning, even better. So as we get into your weekend, that smoke should continue to break apart, and I think we are looking at much less of it both Saturday and Sunday too. But what we are still dealing with, moderate drought conditions. So we're starting to see more and more tan show up on our map here. This map just updated yesterday, and it's now showing moderate drought conditions across much of central Maryland. Now we do have a brief chance for rain on the way today. It's not a big one. Some spotty showers pop up right around 1, 2 o'clock this afternoon and will linger through this evening. So if you have plans right around 5 o'clock, bring the umbrella just in case. I don't think it's a huge rain chance. Wraps up before sunset, and after that we are dry and we're comfortable again, dipping back into the mid and upper 50s by Saturday morning. Saturday's a beauty, nothing but sunshine with highs headed into the low and mid 80s. Sunday looks similar, it's just going to be even hotter. So for today, still some leftover haze, and we do have that chance for some spotty afternoon showers and storms. Temperatures do end up in the low to mid 70s this afternoon. For tonight, some showers and storms early, but after that, we should be dry again, and temperatures will be cooling off back into the mid 60s eventually. This weekend looks awesome. Great for some pool time. The air should be clear and drier. We are looking at sunshine on Saturday and Sunday with highs in the upper 80s. By Monday, here comes that next weather maker, and that's going to help us out with the drought conditions. We really need that rain. Showers and storms likely then. And then a stray shower will linger Tuesday into Wednesday before we completely dry things out by next Thursday. Tom, Megan.
All right, thank you, Amy. Let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and some of the cameras around the Baltimore region as we have wide open roads for us at 5:49 on this Friday morning. No major issues to report. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones in the MTA. Happy Friday morning, Mark.
Happy Friday morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find 10 train 407 operating with a 10-minute delay. And due to a service disruption of yesterday and federally mandated hours of service for train crews, a few Penn Line trains have cancellations or adjustments today. Penn train 511, one of them. It will originate from Penn Station today and operate to Union Station only. And cancellations on trains 613, 409, 419, and 612, all canceled. Out there on Light Rail Link, looking good for the start. No delays or issues in either direction of that service. And Metro Subway Link on time between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
If you are planning on taking on the roads this weekend, here's a look at what you can expect as far as gas prices go. Our national average now sits at $3.56. Here in Maryland, as we take a look at that, we are falling over 10 cents below that. You can expect prices to be around $3.43 throughout the state. That is down about 5 cents from a week ago.
Pentagon is speaking out on a possible spy station developing in Cuba. Still to come, why they say the leaked reports are not accurate.
Former President Trump could soon face more criminal charges, this time for his handling of classified documents. I'm Autral Nashar with the very latest updates from Washington.
Time now 5:51, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
.554 making your headlines this Friday morning. Former President Donald Trump has been indicted by a federal grand jury. He made that announcement in a series of posts on Truth Social just last night.
One of Trump's lawyers, Jim Trusty, says that they have been told the charges include obstruction, willful retention of documents, and also making a false statement.
National correspondent Autral Nashar reports from Washington on what happens next.
Former president and current presidential candidate Donald Trump facing 7 counts in his first federal indictment, announcing the news himself on Truth Social. Trump says he's been summoned to appear at a federal courthouse in Miami on Tuesday at 3 in the afternoon. What we do know is that the FBI searched the former president's Mar-a-Lago residence last summer, discovering a trove of documents marked classified. Trump's long denied wrongdoing and equates the discovery of these materials to those found in the possession of President Biden and former Vice President Mike Pence. In a Truth Social post Thursday night, Trump coining the phrase for the case, boxes hoax.
I'm an innocent man. We will prove that again. 7 years of proving it, and here we go again. Very unfair.
Many legal experts say the differences in Trump's case is he knew that he was in possession of the materials, and it appears investigators are focused on potential obstruction of officials' efforts to recover them. Some Republicans quick to echo Trump's accusations of bias against the DOJ.
This is the executive branch tonight trying to take out their #1 opponent for the presidency of the United States in 2024.
Regardless of party, all seem to be in agreement. Thursday evening marks a dark moment in history. Trump's allies saying he's unfairly targeted, others pointing to the stark fact that this is the first time in American history that a former president has been indicted on federal charges. In Washington, I'm Atrell Nashar.
The House postponing all legislative votes until Monday. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy made the announcement, citing a group of conservatives are holding up a group of bills over frustration with last week's debt bill. According to McCarthy, the group is not specifying demands, and that is making it difficult to iron out the problem.
There's a little chaos going on, but the focus I always keep is right in front of the windshield of the American public, and we're going to work to solve the American public's problem. Some people want their certain bills up at a certain time. We're just going to work through the agenda and get everything done.
Well, some House Republicans say they are not worried. Congressman Scott Perry out of Pennsylvania told Punchbowl News yesterday most of the legislation the House puts up are message bills, meaning they're not meant to pass the Senate.
Developing now, the Pentagon pushing back against claims that China is developing a spy station in Cuba. The press secretary saying those reports leaked to the press are not accurate. The Wall Street Journal reports that China reached a secret deal with Cuba to establish an electronic eavesdropping facility, which could allow Beijing to gather data across the southeastern U.S. The Pentagon says there is no evidence of such an agreement.
I would say that the relationship that those two countries share is something that we continuously monitor. I would say that, as you've heard us say many times, China's activities, both in our hemisphere and around the world, any concerning activities are something that we will continue to watch closely.
Cuba's deputy foreign minister is also denying the report.
Well, more events are being called off or postponed due to poor air quality concerns. And the Washington Nationals postponed a game against Arizona Diamondbacks. New Jersey delaying some high school state championship baseball games. In Connecticut, they pushed conference tournaments a day out. And then New York's governor says the final leg of the Triple Crown, the Belmont Stakes, is also now up in the air. Practices and events leading up to it have been canceled.
People come from all over the country. It's huge for the local economy. And so we hopefully can get this going, but there's no assurance of what the weather's going to be. So it's going to be a last-minute decision.
Hochul says the air quality will need to be under 200 for the Belmont Stakes to take place. If it's over 150, horses will have to pass an additional veterinary examination before being admitted to the race.
A major shakeup within the Baltimore Police Department. Just ahead, we have reaction and what comes next after Michael Harrison announces he is stepping down as police commissioner.
And we're finally looking at improving air quality conditions. I'll let you know what that means for your weekend plans in a couple of minutes.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
5:59 on this Friday morning, June 9th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gilland. It's so much better outside. First of all, it's Friday,
yes,
but the air quality is 100% better.
Driving in, you see the moon. It wasn't orange. It was white. You're kind of like, all right, we're getting back into the swing of things, getting the Canadian air out of here.
Meteorologist Amy Aronson here with if we're really done.
Yeah, a little bit of a transition day today. So still some lingering haze and smoke, but yeah, much better than it has been the past 2 days and much safer for us to get back outside. We are off to a comfortable start this morning, so we're back in the low to mid 50s right now. Feels pretty nice. We do still have a little bit of lingering haze, so if you suffer from any breathing issues, I would still limit your time outside today. But at least we're not dealing with visibility issues from it, so I give your morning drive the green light. Looks like that haze will linger for a couple of hours, but after that, we should briefly enjoy a mix of clouds and sun and temperatures warming back into the low 70s. I am tracking some showers and some storms today, but that would help us out even more, help clear out the air completely, and also send us some much needed rain. I'll break down the timeline of the rain for later today in 10 minutes. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. Well, staying with the green light and driving right here, Lynn Solar Traffic Network, you see the quad. Well, we have 4 area cameras that we pulled up for you here, and everyone's in the green. No issues to report around the Baltimore region.
First thing is for me is to breathe. Second thing is to make sure I'm here to help the new police commissioner get acclimated to the work.
This morning, we have continuing coverage on Police Commissioner Michael Harrison announcing his plans to step down.
He says this is in the best interest of the city, despite being one of the longest-serving city police commissioners since taking position in March of 2019.
Shannon Lilly live as the community reacts to his decision. Shannon.
Yeah, there is certainly an element of shock, Megan and Tom, amongst some city leaders. And remember, this decision is effective immediately, and that is causing quite a shakeup right here at the Baltimore Police Headquarters. And this is just another police commissioner that's stepping down. In fact, some city leaders tell us anonymously they had no clue this would happen. Those leaders even meeting with Harrison, talking strategy up until Wednesday. But 24 hours later, something clearly changed. Other leaders are responding publicly, so let's hear their reactions.
I think I've been very clear with the need for a change in direction in the department. And I'm hopeful that under Acting Commissioner Worley's leadership, we're going to see those needed changes.
It's a decision I don't fully understand. And I'll say the mayor has much more information about what's going on in the department, how decisions have been made in the department, for why he decided to make this change. There are missing pieces to how we got here.
Well, in yesterday's press conference, the mayor briefly addressed how we got here, saying he and the commissioner had discussions over the past few weeks about the future of the department, and it became clear to them that now is the right time to make this transition. Well, Harrison's departure marks the 11th change in leadership at BPD since 2000. Harrison is one of the longest-serving city police commissioners since taking his position in March of 2019. But his contract was set to expire in March of 2024. So as for what comes next, guys, we know that Baltimore native and Deputy Commissioner Rich Worley now takes over as acting commissioner.
Well, Shannon, Harrison said he has not searched for any other jobs, but did he say what is actually next for him?
No, he didn't, Tom. And like you said, he says he hasn't searched for jobs. He hasn't done any job interviews, despite rumors to the contrary. He says he is taking this time to breathe, to rest, spend time with family, and make sure this is a smooth transition. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Shannon, thank you. Beside me here is going to be a look at the crime fight under Harrison. This is data from the past 6 years, measuring the number of homicides between January 1st and May 31st. And it shows after an historically violent start to the year last year here, we are seeing improvement, but the homicide numbers are still above where they were back in 2018 at the top there, the year before his arrival.
Commissioner Michael Harrison's departure makes this the 11th change in leadership at BPD since 2000. And now the torch is being passed to Deputy Commissioner Richard Worley. Both Mayor Scott and Harrison supportive of Worley taking the position. The mayor making a point to nominate a candidate from within the department. Worley is from Baltimore and has been serving in the police department for more than 25 years, joining as a trainee in 1998. He worked his way up from being a police officer in the Western District to deputy commissioner in 2022 and now interim commissioner. The mayor said Worley has, quote, Old Bay in his blood.
Ahead of Worley's confirmation, law enforcement expert Jason Johnson says any change at the helm of the Baltimore Police Department can come with problems.
When there's rapid turnover in that role, it has a very devastating impact on the organization. It creates chaos. It creates uncertainty. He's going to have to contend with that, and he's going to have to contend with very complicated Baltimore politics. And that is probably the number one reason that we're looking at our 5th police commissioner in the last 8 years.
Johnson believes the transition could be mild, as interim commissioner Richard Worley says he plans to stay the course. He's been Harrison's number 2 in command.
City State's Attorney Ivan Bays reacting to the news. In a statement, he wrote that he was deeply appreciated his partnership with the commissioner in launching the citation docket program and restoring accountability. And Harrison's work to reform BPD is one of the most impressive displays of leadership Baltimore has seen.
We're also hearing from former Baltimore Mayor Sheila Dixon. She joined us yesterday on Fox 45 News at 4 to share her perspective.
You want to make sure that if you see progress, you want to continue to build on that. I can't say that any clearer because of being in that position before. So hopefully all these plans that are in place and changes that have been made, that things won't slip back, that they'll continue to go in a positive direction.
We want you to join this conversation. Do you think it was the right time for Harrison to step down? As you see on the right there, so far, 73% of you have said no, it is not the right time. If you'd like to make your voice heard, head to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
And to watch the entire news conference with the mayor and Michael Harrison, you can go to our YouTube page. Just search Fox Baltimore to get started. Vacancies are growing in high-ranking city positions. In our next half hour, a look at the hiring crisis hitting City Hall.
But first, former President Donald Trump announcing that he's facing another indictment charge after the break. Reaction pouring in from GOP lawmakers.
And our air quality index is in the moderate category today. Still some issues, though, at the beaches. Still pretty unhealthy there. I'll let you know when we'll see a complete improvement across our region in just a couple of minutes. It's 6:06. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. .09 on this Friday morning. We are finally looking at improving air quality conditions, and that will continue to improve as we get into the weekend. So if you've been missing your pool time, you're in luck this weekend. We are tracking some scattered late-day showers and storms today with highs in the mid-70s, so not the best day for outdoor activities with some lingering haze. But come tomorrow, we're in much better shape. We are looking at bright sunshine with highs in the mid-80s, and by Sunday, it is hot again. Highs get close to 90. Then we're tracking a better chance for rain early next week. I'll break down all these rain chances in more detail in 10 minutes. Tom, Megan.
All right, Amy, thank you. Former President Donald Trump now facing a federal indictment.
This morning, reaction pouring in from GOP lawmakers regarding a former president.
Taylor Stewart in our live center with what happens now. Taylor.
That's right, you guys. A live look over Miami where Trump's legal team is now preparing for that arraignment that's happening 3 o'clock Tuesday afternoon in Miami. Now, he's facing 7 counts in connection with an alleged mishandling of classified documents the FBI says it found at his home in Mar-a-Lago. Those charges include false statements and conspiracy to obstruct. Prosecutorial misconduct will likely be at least one of the defenses his attorneys will use to eventually try to have those charges thrown out. Take a listen to what his lawyer had to say.
Yeah, he's going to show up. Look, he knows he's innocent. He knows this is garbage. He knows there's fundamental flaws with each one of the counts that they're apparently putting in this indictment. And he knows that the whole process, starting from the archivist, was a corrupt and politicized one. He's going to be ready to handle this case and help his attorneys fight it. And we'll see. It'll make some excitement to see who shows up at the table on Tuesday, I guess.
Well, the indictment is highlighting a wedge between some Republicans on the campaign trail. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who's Trump's leading opponent, appeared to come to his defense, calling the weaponization of federal law enforcement a mortal threat to a free society. And then New Jersey Governor Chris Christie tweeting this: "Let's see what the facts are," ending with "No one's above the law, no matter how much they wish they were." Another person here, Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson, tweeting this. He says Donald Trump's actions should not define our nation or the Republican Party, calling him to end his campaign. That's the latest here from the Live Center. We'll keep you updated as that trial gets underway.
All right, Taylor, thank you. We are just weeks away from legal recreational cannabis sales here in Maryland. In our next half hour, what the state is doing to help small businesses looking to sell.
But first, we continue our coverage of former President Donald Trump's indictment. After the break, political commentator weighing in on the details behind these federal charges. 6:12 is the time.
They go after a popular president, a president that got more votes than any sitting president in the history of our country, by far.
Donald Trump says he is innocent, calling the federal indictment just filed against him election interference and the greatest witch hunt of all time. The 7 new charges stem from special counsel Jack Smith's months-long investigation into the former president's alleged mishandling of classified documents that the FBI says it found at his home in Florida. This morning, political commentator Armstrong Williams joining us live to weigh in. Armstrong, good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning, Megan.
Let's break down the charges. They include false statements, conspiracy to obstruct. Trump says he did nothing wrong, citing the Presidential Records Act. Does that protect him?
No, because a couple of years ago when the National Archives realized that many of the historical documents and other artifacts that were on loan to the White House, they were to return at the end of their term, were missing. And when they prodded the White House to return the documents, they found them, but they also found unmarked classified documents, which was very troubling. But they realized maybe the president's team did not understand that they still had classified documents in their possession. Right. And so they asked them to go back to the files and return them. And when they did, they still realized that there were files that were missing. And so they decided to get the authorities involved, and they started this investigation, interrogation. And even when the day before they raided Mar-a-Lago, the documents that were stored in the safe were removed and put back the day before, which means more documents were taken missing. And then you get the president's lawyer to testify that the president knowingly had these documents. He had been briefed several times during his years in the White House about what classified and declassified documents were about. For the president, no idea to people him best, this is just not true. I know the president can say he's innocent, that he's a victim, right, but this indictment is very serious.
Let me ask you this. If this is so serious, do you think the same charges are going to be filed against President Biden, who also had documents found in his possession, also pens saying, hey, wait, I think I've got some? You know, how common is this? And because of that, are we going to see multiple indictments?
And this is where journalistic integrity becomes essential. You cannot compare Mike Pence, Barack Obama, and Joe Biden's offenses to Donald Trump's, because immediately when Pence realized he had the documents, he informed the Justice Department and they were turned over. The Obama administration cooperated. The Biden administration cooperated immediately. There was no obstruction. There were no missing documents. There was no back and forth. There was no need for the intense interrogation of the Trump team. So there's just no comparison. And while I am, it's just not. It's not even the same ballpark. It's not Trump.
Armstrong,
and his team did not cooperate.
Trump says he's going to plead not guilty. So what happens now for him as we look at the next step down the line here? It's going to happen on Tuesday.
Understand this. Trump does not care. There's a mind those that know him best who believes that the law does not apply to him. And I think this is more about the rule of law, that no one is above the law. I would find it to be very shocking if the president goes to jail. That will never happen. What they can do is indict him. And another thing, Megan, I want to say before we go. Sure. Many people want to believe that Democrats and Biden are driving these indictments. The last thing that the Biden White House want is Trump not running. Because if Trump is not running, Biden's chances of winning are dwarfed. In fact, I believe if Trump is not the nominee, Biden will finally announce he's not running. You better believe the Republican establishment and Republicans want to do something about this at stake by making sure that Trump does not run. And that's why there's such a crowded field, because there's this private enthusiasm that Trump will probably be indicted and eventually have to step down.
That's what I wanted to ask you right there. Is he going to be able to run at the end of this?
That is a huge question mark. And let me tell you, every week, every month that goes by, he puts his running for office again in jeopardy. because bottom line is this: Trump had some serious legal woes. What happened in New York was one thing, but Mar-a-Lago, Georgia, are very serious charges against him that he has to face the music for.
And that's where we're at here today. Armstrong, thank you for weighing in this morning. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Megan.
All right. Had a little bit of audio trouble. Still got the gist of it. A hot topic here this morning. The other big thing we've been talking about is air quality.
Yeah, that's another one. And then when we will see some rain, meteorologist Amy Aronson, she's got our Weather Authority forecast.
Yeah, good news all around. Improvements with our air quality. We're not 100% perfect just yet, but we are looking code orange today as opposed to code red. So that means if you do suffer from any breathing issues, you still want to limit time outside today, but we are a little better than we were yesterday. I mean, this view looks a little better. You can still see a little bit of haze shining down on the inner harbor along with the sunshine, but we are much drier today, much clearer today from the smoke. Low 50s to start, so pretty comfy too. Mid 70s is where we're headed today. We are tracking some much needed rain in the form of some widely scattered showers and storms this afternoon, followed by a nice dry and very warm weekend too. If we track our future smoke, we are just seeing a lot of yellow and orange here, meaning moderate still as we head through the afternoon today, so not totally in the clear just yet. We should see a gradual improvement this evening through late tonight, heading into your Saturday, and tomorrow should be much better for whatever you want to do outside. We switch over to this very, very light color here, so the smoke should become less and less dense. Now, the one issue we do still face is moderate drought conditions. That's all the tan you're seeing on this map. So we actually really, really need the rain, and we'll get a little bit today, but a better chance early next week. Here's a look at the timeline of today's rain chance. As we head through the afternoon, some spotty showers do pop up here. Not a washout of an evening. So if you're itching to get back outside, maybe take a little walk. We are just looking at very, very scattered showers and storms this evening. They should wrap up right before sunset. After that, we're dry again and dry heading into the weekend. Actually, bright sunshine for your weekend. We'll start off with that tomorrow morning. We head through the afternoon and we warm up nicely, making our way into the mid 80s by the end of the day. So today, a little better for a quick walk with the family. Still some lingering haze and a little bit of smoke, but overall improving conditions. And then we get some showers and storms showing up, and that would help us really clear things out later today through early this evening. Any rain that develops ends by sunset, so by 8 o'clock, and then after that, temperatures will be cooling off through the 60s. We are looking at a dry weekend. We're actually heating up, pretty toasty by Sunday with highs in the upper 80s. Showers and storms likely on Monday. We need that rain. And then a stray shower will linger Tuesday to Wednesday with highs staying in the low to mid 80s all next week. Now let's check in with Mark Jones from the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Amy. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find 10 train 407 with a 10-minute delay, and Camden train 845 running 5 minutes late. And due to a service disruption of yesterday and federally mandated hours of service for train crews, a few Penn Line trains have been canceled or adjusted today. Penn train 511 among them. It will originate at Penn Station today and operate to Union Station only. And trains 613, 409, 419, and 612 all canceled today. Out there on Light Rail Link, no delays. Looking good, in fact, in both directions of that service. And Metro Subway Link on time in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for the commute. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. A growing number of high-ranking city positions left vacant. In our next half hour, a look at the hiring crisis hitting City Hall.
But first, Uber steering toward the car rental business. Coming up after the break, how you can rent a car from your neighbor. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Topping your consumer news this morning, the parent company of Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, and Cadillac announcing its electric vehicles will be able to use Tesla's charging stations starting early next year. Last month, Ford also announcing a similar partnership with Tesla. EV analysts say the announcements are a major step toward making Tesla chargers the industry standard.
And Uber is offering drivers a new way to rent a car from their neighbor. The ride-sharing company looking to bring Uber Car Share to Boston and Toronto in the coming months. The program initially launched in Australia. It allows you to borrow vehicles from private car owners at hourly and daily rates. Fuel will be included in the cost. While Uber will suggest pricing, it allows the owners to set availability and final pricing. Uber has not yet announced when its car share program will be made available in those two cities.
We are in a code orange for air quality, but the haze is starting to fade. Still ahead, meteorologist Amy Aronson is tracking when the next weather maker is on its way.
As Police Commissioner Michael Harrison steps down, city police now join the long list of city agencies without a permanent leader. Just ahead, we'll take a look at why there continues to be a growing number of exits. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Happening here today, Johns Hopkins will be holding a briefing on the health concerns coming from the wildfire smoke. At 11 o'clock this morning, air quality and medical experts will be speaking on how we can be better prepared for future incidents like the one that we've been having over the last few days here. Thanks for waking up with us on this Friday, June 9th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers, and yeah, that shot that we were showing, the drone shot, looked beautiful.
Yes.
It doesn't quite look that crisp this morning, but it's getting better.
Better. better. Meteorologist Amy Aronson here with how much better?
Yeah, baby steps, right? Today is going to be a little better than yesterday. The weekend, so much better. So today's kind of a transition day. We're still looking at moderate air quality conditions across our region. See that pink off to our east there? The beach is still dealing with unhealthy conditions this morning. So we are still seeing a couple of issues across our region, but all of this should actually clear out as we head into the weekend. So that's good news. We're starting off in the low 50s this morning. Actually feels kind of refreshing out there. A much better day to get the dog out if you're itching to do that after kind of hunkering in the past couple of days. Still just a little bit of lingering haze and smoke. We are in the low 60s to start. As we get into the afternoon, we could see some showers and even some storms. That would also help us out with our air quality. I'll break down the timeline of those in just about 10 minutes. Megan?
All right, Amy, thank you. Out on the roads, we have your Len Stoller Traffic Network. This is a live look over Loch Raven Boulevard here this morning. Traffic looking great, the air looking better. Pretty nice time to get up and head out here this morning. After 4 years in Baltimore, Police Commissioner Michael Harrison is stepping down, leaving behind a legacy of challenges, success, and controversy.
Now, Harrison is the second longest serving commissioner the city has had in 23 years.
To say that we've just come a long way would be an understatement.
While in office, Harrison tackled everything from critically high crime and staffing shortages to a federal consent decree and a city state's attorney with a no prosecution policy for low-level offenses. Yesterday, he spoke on the department impacts from Marilyn Mosby's policies for the first time.
We had to design policy and guidance for the police officers to perform their duties, understanding we could not put officers in positions to do something and get themselves injured, get community members injured, all of the things that go along with that for a case that's likely not going to be prosecuted.
Despite many obstacles, Harrison is quick to tout a reduction of excessive force complaints against officers and litigation against the city, as well as a reduction in violent crime this year. His legacy is leaving some mixed reviews.
I think he ranks up there with one of the worst commissioners we've ever had. Within the last 5 years I was there, you lost a lot. You lost a lot of experience, and you lost a lot of good quality people.
That was Jerry Hensley there, a 40-year veteran of the Baltimore City Police Department. The Baltimore Police Union echoed Hensley's statement. FOP President Mike Mancuso sent a statement to FOX45 News, reading in part, quote, "We have lost over 300 more police officers than we have hired during former Police Commissioner Harrison's tenure. We are currently at 2,100 officers, the lowest point in modern-day history. This leaves the Baltimore Police Department inadequately staffed to carry out its mission. The violence has gone unabated during Harrison's tenure due to his inability to plan to combat it." As Michael Harrison is the latest leader to leave Baltimore, this is not a new concept for Baltimore. In fact, we have Shannon Lilly joining us live here this morning with a growing number of exits. Shannon.
Yeah, city leaders, Megan, are calling it a crisis. Right now, there are nearly a dozen city agencies that don't have a permanent leader. And with Commissioner Harrison announcing he's stepping down, the police department becomes the latest agency to add to this long list. On that list also includes the fire department, the Department of Transportation, the Department of Health, Public Works, MONSI, and Emergency Services. Now, in a hearing that took place last month, city leaders didn't address the reason for so many departures, but they did address the problems the city faces in filling these positions. They start with a residency requirement, which requires directors of city agencies to live in the city.
That person would be, quite frankly, the ideal candidate for the position, but they don't want to sell their house in the county to move into the city and start over again.
Now, we did also speak with Eurypsy Morgan on this, and she leads a government accountability group, but she believes the revolving door with city leaders is more deeply connected to the city's mayor.
Unfortunately, we're at a point where Baltimore City residents are the ones who are going to suffer because of what we're seeing as a lack of managerial skills.
Now, with the election right around the corner, experts fear that recruitment could be that much more difficult because these candidates don't know who their next boss will be. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Police Commissioner Michael Harrison says it is in the best interest of the city for him to resign. In our next half hour, city leaders weighing in on the commissioner's decision.
The fight over Adnan Syed's freedom now in front of the state's highest court. Still ahead, the new motion filed by a family of Heyman Lee. The sun is out today, but rain not far behind.
Coming up, meteorologist Amy Aronson tracking when showers move in and how the smoke is holding up. It is 6:36. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
A recent sunset in Maryland at the height of the wildfire smoke from Canada, which is still blanketing a swath of the East Coast today. And this scene outside the San Antonio area as storms rolled through Thursday, dropping quarter to golf ball sized hail in some places. And check out this mostly cloudy sunrise out of California's Mojave Desert.
For more content like this, like the National Weather Desk on Facebook.
Well, this morning, authorities are advising everyone to limit their time outdoors as wildfires are continuing to rage in Canada.
We have Taylor Stewart in our live center with the latest on air quality concerns. Taylor, it seems a little better here in our area.
It is getting better, but check out this tweet from NASA showing the pollution over the eastern part of the country, with most concerning conditions in New Jersey, D.C. region, as well as far as Virginia and South Carolina. It is threatening major outdoor events this weekend. Let's head over to New York City for a live look there, where the governor is warning that the Belmont Stakes could be in jeopardy. The air quality is putting it in jeopardy this weekend, but the governor says she's announcing enhanced safety measures, warning the race could be canceled if conditions deteriorate. Here's a breakdown of how the EPA is gauging the severity of air quality here. You can see it goes from green all the way down to purple and burgundy, which is hazardous. But right now we are in yellow right now for our area. But to the White House, where President Biden is also talking about what we need to do to make sure we protect ourselves from the air quality concerns. If I can get this live shot up, here we go. As it threatens millions of Americans. Taking a listen to what he said just this past Thursday.
It's very important that affected communities listen to the guidance of their state and local officials from this point forward. To keep up to date on the air quality in real time, go to the app that we provided. It's called airnow.gov and check on one another.
All right, here is a look, let me show you, of the air quality forecast here in our area. You can see much of the region orange. Some of the western parts of Maryland are also in yellow. This is an improvement over yesterday, but we'll continue to monitor these conditions for you. In fact, let's get over to Amy Aronson with a look at our forecast and what our update is for our area.
Yeah, code orange today, you're right. That basically means if you have any breathing issues, you still want to limit your time outside today. After that, we're back in the moderate category over the weekend. So Saturday and Sunday look much improved and much better for outdoor plans. After that, we're tracking some much needed rain and actually a chance for some showers and some storms today, too. I'll break down both rain chances in more detail in just about 10 minutes. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. We are continuing our coverage all morning long on how your air quality index is holding up. Coming up in our 7 o'clock hour, the conference happening today to help you better be prepared to keep you and your family safe.
Former President Donald Trump indicted, how he broke the news, and the response is coming in. Time now, 6:42. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Changed 3 times already. Topping your morning rush, fight for justice continues 24 years after Woodlawn teen was found dead. Now the family of Heyman Lee is calling on the state's highest court to reopen the hearing that set Syed free last year. They're asking the state Supreme Court to rule that crime victims have a right to be heard during the process to vacate someone's conviction.
Just weeks before the July 1st start date for legal recreational cannabis sales, and the state is offering help for small businesses that want to get in on the industry. This is part of the Maryland Cannabis Business Assistance Fund, and it is to help them convert their medical use licenses into adult use licenses. Funding is also going to be available to help train and assist minority and women-owned small businesses entering this industry.
Residents in Anne Arundel County are being warned to avoid contact with Stony Run due to a sewage overflow. It caused 98,000 gallons of raw sewage to spill due to a foreign object blocking a manhole. The alert will stay through next Wednesday. There's shock among city leaders following the announcement of Police Commissioner Michael Harrison's departure.
Shannon Lilly joining us live. Shannon, while this is surprising, certainly not something that we haven't seen before.
Exactly, Megan. We have seen this before. In fact, Harrison's departure marks the 11th change in leadership within BPD since 2000. Harrison actually serving as one of the longest serving police commissioners within our city. But there are still a lot of questions about why he made this decision and what led up to this decision. In fact, we spoke with some city leaders who say they were meeting with Harrison to talk crime fighting strategy all the way up through Wednesday. So within 24 hours, something may have drastically changed. Now, those leaders are speaking with us anonymously, but there are others reacting publicly, and we are going to hear from them coming up in the next 15 minutes. Plus, I'll detail what's next for this department.
This is not the day to train for a marathon or to do an outside event with your children.
People, if they were to be outside, especially if they're exercising, breathing faster, they're going to be inhaling particulates at concentrations that normal smokers would inhale.
This morning here in Maryland, much different than yesterday, but we are still under a code orange air quality alert, and this is for poor air quality that is sweeping the East Coast because of the Canadian wildfire smoke.
Health officials continue to urge everyone to limit their time outdoors as we experience these conditions.
We want to bring in meteorologist Amy Aronson into this discussion. You've been talking about when it's going to be gone, if we'll see any more of it. How's it looking?
Yeah, it looks better today than yesterday. This weekend looks like it's pretty much out of here. So here's a look at our improving conditions. This is a welcome sight compared to what we've been dealing with the past couple of days. 112 is where our air quality index is today. So still puts us in that category of unhealthy for sensitive groups. So if you suffer from any breathing issues, still limit your time outside today. But over the weekend, much better. Moderate again by Saturday and Sunday. So here's a look at that scale. For the past couple of days, we've been either very unhealthy or unhealthy. Today, we're back in that orange category, so just unhealthy for anyone who may have some breathing problems. Now, we are looking at some sunshine in the sky. It's been kind of tough to see that the past couple of days because of the haze and because of the smoke. Still a little bit of lingering haze this morning, but much better than it has been in recent days. We're off to a comfy start, mid and upper 50s to begin right now. Feels kind of refreshing out there as our skies finally start to clear out a little bit. We are checking a weak disturbance to our north. You can see some clouds and some showers associated with that. That's going to drop our direction today and send us a brief chance for some showers and some storms. And future scan shows that happening between 1 and about 4 o'clock. That's when they arrive and bubble up and will continue through about sunset tonight. Not a ton of rain, but it would help clear out our atmosphere even more. And then clear skies will return on Saturday. Sunshine actually dominates this weekend. Saturday, Sunday look awesome. We will be heating up this weekend. Winds coming in from the south, so that also helps clear out any lingering smoke. And then here comes our next weather maker. It's out here. That's what's going to push in our next actually best chance for rain that we desperately need. So we are looking at a few showers, a few storms today, so that helps us out a little bit. Mostly sunny on Saturday, so great for some pool time with highs in the mid-80s. I think even better by Sunday because it's going to be heating up with highs close to 90. If your weekend plans take you to the beaches, they're also dealing with some lingering air quality issues today and then a chance for storms later on, so not the best beach day, but over the weekend it should be much improved. Saturday, some sunshine, and then Sunday warming up with temperatures in the mid-70s. Now here at home, we're talking upper 80s by the end of the weekend, and then here comes that chance for some showers and some storms on Monday with that next weather maker. We actually need the rain. We're dealing with moderate drought conditions right now. Looks like a stray shower will linger even behind that, both Tuesday and Wednesday, and temperatures will stay warm. Temperatures will stay right around where they should be as we head towards mid-June. That puts us in the low to mid-80s all the way through next Thursday. And remember, you can always use that QR code you see at the bottom of your 7-day forecast. If you want to use it, just scan it with your phone, and it's going to take you right to our WBFF weather app. You can also get all these weather updates there. Tom?
All right, Amy, thank you. Here are some safety tips during air quality alerts. Remember, it's a good idea to limit exposure, stay inside when it's dangerous, keep your doors and windows shut and your air conditioner circulating. But if you do need to go outside, consider wearing an N95 mask to reduce exposure. Well, trending now, Oreo announcing it is reintroducing cotton candy Oreos in stores across the U.S. Oreo says fans of the brand have been asking in droves for the cotton candy cookie to return. No word on how long it's going to be available, but they're calling this a limited edition.
And why not plan on munching on those Oreos while you're on the couch tonight? Because it is National Movie Night. Celebrating can be as simple as streaming a film at home, but National Day Calendar has some other ideas to get creative. It suggests a movie snack buffet, a movie night gathering in red carpet attire. You could be a critic and hold a review writing challenge. Other ideas to hit a drive-in. Come on, Benjis. Or project a blockbuster on a sheet in your backyard.
Fun.
Commissioner Michael Harrison stepping down. Coming up, the impacts you can see across Baltimore as multiple public safety agencies face leadership changes.
Plus, in our 7 o'clock hour, the search is on for one of Maryland's most wanted, the suspect on the run following a robbery ending in a shootout.
Now, before we get to that, it's time for a coffee break.
A man is pistol whipped and robbed at gunpoint in the parking lot of a busy shopping center in Baltimore. Then a shootout breaks out, leading to the arrest of one suspect.
As Alexa Ashwell reports on this morning's Maryland's Most Wanted, investigators say the mastermind of the plan is on the run.
Investigators say one of those suspects is this man, Timothy Diggs, a 30-year-old from Baltimore who's been on the run for nearly 2 months. April 16th, 2023, North Baltimore's Charles North. A couple pulls into a busy shopping plaza here on Maryland Avenue.
A male victim and a female approached a shopping center. The female got out of the vehicle and went to go inside and purchase some items.
But what was supposed to be a quick errand suddenly turned into a man's fight for his life.
While the male was sitting in the parking lot, 2 black males approached his vehicle. One hopped in the front seat and one hopped in the back seat. Both males were armed with handguns.
The man in the front, investigators say, is 30-year-old Timothy Diggs.
Male in the front pointed a handgun at the victim. He said specifically, you know what time it is.
Investigators say Diggs and another man demand the victim's cash and car. He gives up the money, hundreds of dollars, but then refuses to hand over the keys.
So as soon as he refused to provide his keys, the subject in the front seat smacked him with his pistol in the head.
Diggs pistol whips him.
Yes, the male subject in the front seat pistol whips the driver when he refuses to produce his keys.
Luckily, something scares off the suspects. Both jump out of the car and run off. Police respond, and with the help of witnesses, investigators say, officers receive a rather detailed description of the criminals.
So in this case, the subjects were pretty easy to identify. The male subject in the back had his braids in a bun, was wearing a red or orange jacket, and carrying a guitar. So when police talked to local witnesses, it made it very easy to make a positive identification on both subjects.
A week goes by, and police suddenly get a small break in the case. A shootout happens at the very same shopping plaza, and one of the people involved, investigators say, is Diggs' co-conspirator in the armed robbery and attempted armed carjacking.
So the second individual is involved in a shootout, and ultimately, police learned when they reported to the scene that this was the individual they were looking for the robbery.
That case, investigators say, providing a stronger lead to Diggs. But leads have now run dry. The U.S. Marshals Service joining the search, saying Diggs is known to frequent Baltimore and D.C. Officials warning Diggs possibly armed and ready.
He allegedly brutally assaulted a male victim. Whenever an individual is involved in criminal conduct like this, they obviously show a clear disregard for public safety. It is very important to get people like this off the streets so that the great citizens of Baltimore can live in peace.
Take a good look. Diggs stands about 5'10" and weighs approximately 160 pounds. Again, known to frequent parts of Baltimore and D.C. So if you have any information regarding his whereabouts, you're asked to contact the U.S. Marshals Service. The tip line number, 1-877-WANTED-2. Or you can contact agents directly at 202-819-5058. Remember, you can always remain anonymous, and you could earn a reward. I'm Alexa Ashwell, and this is Maryland's Most Wanted.
I'm an innocent man. I'm an innocent person.
Former President Donald Trump saying he's been indicted once again. The history this new indictment is making this morning.
A major shakeup within the Baltimore Police Department. Just ahead, we have reaction in what comes next after Michael Harrison announces he's stepping down as police commissioner.
And I am tracking improving air quality conditions today. I'll let you know what to expect as we get into the weekend in a couple of minutes.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
6:58 on this Friday morning, June 9th. Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gilland, and you're going to notice it looks much better outside. That haze starting to go away.
That's right. The gone for now, but will the smoke return? Meteorologist Amy Aronson letting us know the projection's kind of difficult to make out.
Yeah, short term, we're in good shape. Winds are going to be coming from a different direction over the weekend. Also helps us out. But long term, yeah, we'll have to see. Now we know how to prepare, right, if this event happens again later this summer. But right now we are looking at improving conditions. So we're back in the moderate category today compared to the healthy, unhealthy category that we were in yesterday. At the beaches, still having some issues. You can still see some lingering red there off to the side of the screen. So still dealing with some issues east of here, but I think locally we're on the downward trend. So we're starting to clear out that smoke and that haze. Comfy to start, mid and upper 50s right now. Feels pretty nice out there and looks much better too. So as you head out for the first thing this morning, don't be shocked if you see a little bit of lingering haze, but it's not reducing visibilities on the roads. And then this afternoon, we'll be tracking some showers and even some thunderstorms. I've got an updated look at the timeline of the rain today and then next week too in just about 10 minutes. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. Looking at your Lynn Stoller traffic network here and some of the cameras around the Baltimore region, wide open, no issues to report on this side of the Chesapeake. If you do cross the Bay Bridge, though, Oil City, you are looking at, if you're heading into Delaware, right on 313 going southbound. You have 3 vehicles involved right at the intersection of 317. So some police activity there causing some slowdowns. Everybody else around Baltimore and all the way across the Bay Bridge, all the way to down the ocean, wide open roadways.
And I want to say a special thank you to this city and the people of this city. Seeing you, hearing from you, shaking your hands at the gas station, in the supermarkets, at church, is why I wake up every day to do this job again the next day.
Well, this morning we have continuing coverage of Police Commissioner Michael Harrison announcing his plans to step down.
He says this is in the best interest of the city, despite being one of the longest-serving city police commissioners since taking his position in March of 2019.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning as the community reacts to this decision. Shannon?
Yeah, there is certainly an element of shock, Tom and Megan, among some city leaders. Remember, this decision is effective immediately, and that is causing quite a shakeup here at the Baltimore Police headquarters as yet another police commissioner steps down. In fact, some city leaders that we spoke with anonymously say they did not see this coming. They say they even met with the commissioner as recently as Wednesday to talk crime-fighting strategies, but clearly within 24 hours, something must have changed because that announcement came early Thursday morning. And so those leaders are speaking anonymously. Others are reacting publicly, though. So let's hear what they had to say.
I think I've been very clear with the need for a change in direction in the department. And I'm hopeful that under Acting Commissioner Worley's leadership, we're going to see those needed changes.
It's a decision I don't fully understand. And I'll say the mayor has much more information about what's going on in the department, how decisions have been made in the department, for why he decided to make this change. There are missing pieces to how we got here.
Now, in yesterday's press conference, though, the mayor briefly addressed how we got here, saying he and the commissioner had discussions over the past few weeks about the future of the department, and it became clear to them that now is the right time to make this transition. Harrison's departure marks the 11th change in leadership at BPD since 2000. But Harrison is one of the longest-serving city police commissioners. He took over his position in March of 2019. His contract, though, was set to expire in March of 2024. Now, as for what's next, though, Deputy Commissioner Rich Worley now moves into the role, Tom, of acting commissioner.
Well, Shannon, a lot of speculation, but did Harrison say what's next for him?
He really didn't, Tom, and like you said, there have been rumors swirling, but according to Harrison, he has done no job interviews, he has no job offers. He says he's taking this time to breathe, to rest, to spend time with family, and to make sure that this transition is a smooth one. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Here's a look at the crime fight under Harrison. We'll be pulling up the data for you right here from the past 6 years, measuring the number of homicides between January 1st and May 31st. And it shows after a historically violent start to the year last year, we're seeing some improvement this year. You see the numbers right here. Homicide numbers still above where they were in 2018, the year before his arrival.
Commissioner Michael Harrison's departure makes this the 11th change in leadership at BPD since 2000. And now the torch is being passed to Deputy Commissioner Richard Worley. Both Mayor Scott and Harrison are supportive of Worley taking that position. The mayor making a point to nominate a candidate from within the department. Worley is from Baltimore. He's been serving in the police department here for more than 25 years, joining as a trainee back in 1998. He worked his way up from being a police officer in the Western District to deputy commissioner in 2022 and now interim commissioner. The mayor said Worley has, quote, Old Bay in his blood.
Now, ahead of Worley's confirmation, law enforcement expert Jason Johnson says any change at the helm of Baltimore's police department can come with some problems.
When there's rapid turnover in that role, it has a very devastating impact on the organization. It creates chaos. It creates uncertainty. He's going to have to contend with that, and he's going to have to contend with very complicated Baltimore politics. And that is probably the number one reason that we're looking at our 5th police commissioner in the last 8 years.
Johnson says the transition could be mild as interim Commissioner Worley says that he plans to stay the course. He's been Harrison's number 2 in command.
City State's Attorney Ivan Bates is reacting to the news. In a statement he wrote, he has deeply appreciated his partnership with the commissioner in launching the citation docket program and restore accountability. And Harrison's work to reform BPD is one of the most impressive displays of leadership Baltimore has seen.
We're also hearing from former Baltimore Mayor Sheila Dixon. She joined us yesterday on Fox 45 News to share her perspective.
You want to make sure that if you see progress, you want to continue to build on that. I can't say that any clearer because of being in that position before. So hopefully all these plans that are in place and changes that have been made, that things won't slip back, that they'll continue to go in a positive direction.
We want you to join the conversation. Do you think it was the right time for Harrison to step down? So far, 72% say no, it's not the right time. To make your voice heard, you can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
7:06, former President Donald Trump says he's been indicted again, and this time for the handling of classified documents found at his Mar-a-Lago home. Trump's attorneys are saying that he learned the news while he was at his golf club in Bedminster, New Jersey last night.
Soon, Trump will have to travel back to South Florida to face these new charges. He is expected at the federal courthouse in Miami next week to make his first court appearance on 7 counts.
And we have live team coverage this morning. Taylor Stewart is in our live center with reaction.
But first, we begin our coverage in Florida. Sinclair correspondent Kara Duffy is live near Mar-a-Lago this morning with the latest on this indictment and how his supporters are responding. Kara.
Yeah, this is the first time in U.S. history that a former president is now facing federal charges. Donald Trump expected to surrender to authorities to the federal courthouse in Miami on Tuesday afternoon. This indictment here stemming from the documents that were found not far from where we are, just across the water here inside Trump's Mar-a-Lago resort in Palm Beach. That's where last August the FBI executed a search warrant and seized what they said were classified documents. The National Archives had asked Mr. Trump repeatedly to turn them over, and when he failed to do so, they went in with a warrant. He's now reportedly facing charges for the mishandling of those privileged materials. We've also learned this week that a grand jury meeting down in Miami has already questioned numerous witnesses here in Florida, leading some to believe the legal proceedings up to and including a possible trial could all happen right here in South Florida rather than Washington, D.C. It was Mr. Trump himself who broke the news of the indictment on his Truth social media account.
I'm an innocent man. I'm an innocent person. They had the Mueller hoax, the Mueller report, and that came out, no collusion after 2.5 years.
The former president has a huge amount of support across the state, and it's not unusual for people to gather here on the bridge leading to his home at Mar-a-Lago. That's where we saw supporters gathered last night and expect an even larger crowd to grow out here today.
If that would have happened in 2020, when Joe was running against President Trump, and his house was raided and they found all those classified documents in Joe's garage, and he was arrested, how do you think the outrage would be?
According to Trump's lawyer, he is facing 7 counts, including false statements and conspiracy to obstruct. He continues to deny any wrongdoing. We are told that the Secret Service plans to meet at some point today to develop a game plan when it comes to Trump's travel plans for his upcoming appearance in Miami. Again, he will be going before a federal judge for his arraignment on those 7 counts on Tuesday afternoon.
Thank you, Kara. Well, Taylor Stewart is joining us now from the Live Center with reaction coming from some lawmakers. Taylor.
Yeah, that's right. A slew of reaction coming in, and it's creating a bit of a divide between GOP candidates themselves. But coming to his defense, Ron DeSantis, the weaponization of the federal law enforcement represents a mortal threat to a free society, saying he's for years witnessed an uneven application of the law depending upon political affiliation. Some of that is the sentiment that we're seeing across the board here. Representative Andy Harris for Maryland saying it's no coincidence the Biden DOJ is now planning to indict a political opponent right after the FBI was forced to turn over documents detailing bribery and corruption by the Biden family. Also here, but Democrats weighing in as well on the Trump indictment, obstruction, conspiracy. facts matter and no one is above the law. That is Representative Amy Klobuchar. And we're also, of course, seeing comments from Senator Kevin McCarthy. He's saying today is indeed a dark day for the United States of America. It's unconscionable for a president to indict the leading candidate opposing him. So a lot of reaction coming in. We'll continue to keep you updated and follow all the conversation regarding this latest indictment. Back to you.
Thank you, Taylor. Now we need to find out exactly the smoke that has been an issue for the last few days. Very unhealthy air quality that's getting better.
Meteorologist Amy Aronson has been looking into this. How are we today?
Yeah, definitely getting better. Not perfect today, not 100% just yet, but I think by the weekend, much better for anything you want to do outside. Maybe that includes heading to the pool. Not the best day for it because we do still have some lingering haze this morning, plus that chance for some late day showers and storms with highs in the mid-70s. But tomorrow, bright and sunny, nice and warm, 85 degrees. Sunday calls for some pool time. It's going to be toasty. High temperatures will be heating up and nearing 90 degrees. And then next Monday, I'm tracking an even better chance for some rain. I'll break down that rain chance and the one coming up later today in more detail in 10 minutes. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. Here's a look at the stories making our headlines this hour. Police commissioner position in the latest top spot to go vacant. Still ahead this morning. The other big spots that still need to be filled in Baltimore and the worries heading into the next election.
443-410, now 227. What? A new area code coming to our state just ahead. We're going to take a look at when you can start to see that number pop up on your phone locally. It is 7:12. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, nominated for 26 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other local news stations combined.
7:15, and there are currently 335 area codes in the U.S., with the first 201 in New Jersey, and now one of the latest to be activated, 227, right here in Maryland. But with so many mobile numbers and phones kept, well, there's no reason to keep where you are. The origination of it, no matter where you live, those area codes, do they really matter anymore? And joining us this morning from the Maryland Public Service Commission, Pamela Coates. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
It's a big announcement because some people are going, okay, how many numbers do we have in the area code? And then why 227? Do you know how they come up with the numbers?
I don't. That's up to the North American NAMPA, N-A-N,
Yes.
North American Numbering Planning Association, I believe, or something like that. And they gave us a new number because we're just about out.
Okay, so you fill them up and then it's not like you have a chance to do it. It comes from a national organization that sets these, puts the tone out there. What does this mean when you add another area code to it? More people are obviously going to be using it, but is there a demographic or a region that actually is represented by it?
Yes, there is.
Okay.
Currently, originally back in 1947, I think, all of Maryland was 301.
Gotcha.
That's when we first got our area code.
Yeah.
And then that lasted until 1991. That was a long time.
It is.
At that point, they split the state, and the western part of the state stayed 301, and the eastern part got 410.
Gotcha.
We in Baltimore got 410, right? The D.C. suburbs up through Frederick and out in the west kept 301. Only 6 years later, in 1997, they had to add another area code on top of the 301 because they were out of numbers. That lasted until now, 2023.
Okay.
The 301 area is now out of numbers again.
And that is going to be happening here within the next couple of days. We're going to introduce this 227.
That's correct.
Okay.
They will not start handing it out until we use up the last few of the 240.
Okay.
The 301s are gone. 240, we're almost out of. I predict, don't hold me to this, that we should start seeing the new area code sometime this summer.
Okay, so you will start seeing 227 maybe show up on your phone and go, I don't know where this area code is from, gone,
Right.
but it may be actually a friend or a family that's in the area.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No one will change their phone numbers, but when someone gets a new number, they may get the new area code. So if that 227 shows up, that's part of our Maryland family now.
Okay. And then, Pam, when we do have that, everything is available on these 227s, because there's some questions when people see these new
Correct.
numbers. They're like, well, the 911, 411, all those work.
That's correct. The Public Service Commission, NAMPA, and the telephone companies have been working together for months to get everything worked. We ran a huge test process through it. Everything works.
Last question for you then, Pam. Is it important now to dial 1 before dialing the numbers if you're calling within the United States?
If you do it exactly like you do it now.
Okay.
So if it is part of if I am in 410, I don't need to dial 1 to dial 410.
Okay.
If I'm dialing outside, I dial 1.
Pamela Coates, thank you so much. 227 coming up June 14th is the start.
That's correct.
All right, we'll start seeing that on our phone caller IDs coming up. So don't swipe or delete it because it could be a friend or a family.
That's correct.
There you go. Thank you very much for coming in. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Sure.
Thank you.
Now we need to go over to meteorologist Amy Aronson.
Yeah, let's take a look at our air quality alert update here. We're in code orange air quality alert. Basically, that means sensitive groups still limit your time outside. So young children, if you're a little older, or if you suffer from breathing issues, still stay inside for at least one more day. Over the weekend, you'll be able to get out and enjoy the sunshine. Making a bright appearance, you can see it is shining through some haze, a little bit of lingering smoke down at the Inner Harbor, but overall much improved from 24 hours ago. We're starting off at 57, less smoke and haze today for us, along with a chance for some showers, even the potential for some storms later. That's going to lead us into a nice dry and actually a very warm weekend. We'll be in the mid-70s today, but the 80s are back this weekend. Future smoke shows still some dense smoke at times this afternoon and during the day today. We should see improving conditions, though, by this evening. Overnight tonight, leading us into the weekend. You'll notice less of that bright orange and yellow as we get into your Saturday tomorrow. Things look much, much better here, and at that point, we'll give it the green light to head back outside. We are looking at moderate drought conditions, though, either way as we get into the weekend. weekend. We're seeing more and more tan show up on this map, so not good for our drought situation here as we get closer and closer to the summer solstice coming up later in June. So we are looking at dry conditions to start today. We will see some showers bubble up around 1 o'clock and take us through early this evening. Don't cancel your plans tonight, but I would be on the lookout for a brief shower or passing storm through about sunset. After that, we're dry, and we're dry heading into the weekend. Bright sunshine will dominate tomorrow. Cool temperatures to start, warm temperatures to end. We will make a run for the mid-80s as we head through Saturday afternoon. Sunday, even hotter. So be prepared for some haze this morning as we head through the afternoon. We are tracking the potential for a few showers, even a storm. Otherwise, high temperatures end up in the low to mid-70s today. Tonight, some showers and some storms through sunset, and then after that, pretty quiet, and temperatures will be cooling down. Leads us into a bright and sunny and a clear start to the weekend. I don't think you have to worry about the smoke, the foggy conditions, the hazy conditions this weekend. We're actually heating up by Sunday. Feels like summer with highs in the upper 80s. And then here comes our next real weather maker on Monday. We actually really need this rain, so our decent chance for showers and storms holds off until Monday afternoon, and then a shower will linger both Tuesday and Wednesday. After that, we're just staying seasonable and dry again through the later half of the week with highs in the mid-80s all the way through next Thursday. Tom, Megan.
All right, Amy, thank you. The wildfires in Canada rage on, but our air quality, as Amy mentioned, is looking better. The alerts impacting millions of Americans' weekend plans, though.
And Columbia Festival of the Arts Lake Fest is on the way. We're here in beautiful Columbia, and we'll talk about that coming up right here on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Oh, it is so Baltimore, and we have some events happening this weekend, and the weather is absolutely gorgeous for anything you want to do outside.
You name it.
Because if you go down into Columbia, our friends are celebrating the arts this morning.
The summer season is kicking off with the Columbia Festival of the Arts. The one and only Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is live there with what we can expect. Hey, Mark.
What's going on, guys? Again, I know the air quality may be whatever, but it's beautiful in Columbia this morning. I'm with Liz Henley. Liz, we got the Lake Fest coming. I mean, tell us all about it.
Oh, well, we're so excited. Columbia Association is part of the Lake Fest this year, and we have an umbrella themed show that features 80 umbrellas.
I love it. I love you. And these are this is just a little example. So beautiful. Again, you know, we got the umbrellas, we got the food, we got music, we got the lake.
That's right. So come down next weekend. We'll have crafters and 3 days of concerts. And the umbrellas are so fun because they represent all different organizations. Columbia Association is doing it for the second time this year, and the festival came up with a great theme: community, connections, and culture.
I love it. Community, connections, and culture. Great theme.
And the one requirement in all the umbrellas is there is a letter C. And so people can vote for their favorite umbrellas, but also try to find the C, kind of like Where's Waldo.
Ah, Where's Waldo? And I don't want to be biased, Liz, but I'm a little biased. I might say this might be my favorite. This might be my favorite. Hopefully that doesn't influence your voting.
I don't know.
Hey guys, getting ready for the festival.
I saw mine.
It's going to be amazing.
On that one.
And we're real excited to have scout troops, Columbia Villages, organizations, as well as a lot of individuals, all ages.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Liz.
Thank you.
It'll be a great time, guys.
Very impressive.
Yeah, bring everyone in, the whole family, and the weather's going to be perfect. And we may actually get some rain, so those umbrellas will come in handy. Hopefully they'll bring some rain with them. We all need it. Thank you, Mark. If you'd like some more information about the Columbia Arch, just go to our website. That's foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
It is looking less hazy, as you saw in Mark's shot right there. Still ahead in your Weather Authority forecast, we are looking ahead to that next chance of rain for those umbrellas out there.
As Police Commissioner Michael Harrison steps down, city police now join the long list of city agencies without a permanent leader. Just ahead, we're going to take a look at why there continues to be a growing amount of exits. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It's Friday, June 9th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers, and it looks like we're going to have a beautiful weekend ahead. Hopefully with a little bit of rain at the end of it.
In all area codes. Meteorologist Amy Aronson taking a look at our forecast for us.
Yeah, finally, we earned it this week, right? We've had 2 days where we've all kind of been stuck inside because of the haze and the wildfire smoke. We're finally getting ready to say goodbye to that. Now, it's going to be a gradual change. Today, it's not completely gone. Some lingering haze out there, but noticeably different than it was yesterday. Mid and upper 50s to get things started. Feels pretty nice right now. Your morning drive gets the green light, although we are seeing some lingering haze. It's not enough to disrupt your visibilities. Temperatures in the low 60s to start, low 70s by lunchtime. And then after that, we'll throw in that chance for some spotty showers and storms. I'll break down the timeline of the rain today, let you know what it means for your Friday night plans in 10 minutes. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. Let's take a look now at your Len Stoller traffic network. We're seeing ramp restrictions in Catonsville. This is on the outer loop, right near 40. We're seeing some of the backups. You see them in the yellow, the red. They are improving, though, as we speak, so that's some good news there.
After 4 years in Baltimore, Police Commissioner Michael Harrison is stepping down, leaving behind a legacy of challenges, success, and controversy.
Now, Harrison is the second longest serving commissioner for Baltimore City's police in the last 23 years.
To say that we've just come a long way would be an understatement.
In office, Harrison tackled everything from critically high crime and staffing shortages to a federal consent decree and a city state's attorney with a no prosecution policy for low-level offenses. Yesterday, he spoke on the department impacts from Marilyn Mosby's policies for the first time.
We had to design policy and guidance for the police officers to perform their duties, understanding we could not put officers in positions to do something and get themselves injured, get community members injured, all of the things that go along with that for a case that's likely not going to be prosecuted.
Despite some obstacles, Harrison is quick to tout a reduction of excessive force complaints against his officers and litigation against the city, as well as a reduction in violent crime this year. But his legacy is leaving some mixed reviews.
I think he ranks up there with one of the worst commissioners we've ever had. Within the last 5 years I was there, you lost a lot. You lost a lot of experience, and you lost a lot of good quality people.
Well, that was Sherry Hensley there, a 40-year veteran of the Baltimore City Police Department. The Baltimore Police Union echoed Hensley's statement. FOP President Mike Mancuso sent a statement to Fox 45 News, reading in part, quote, "We have lost over 300 more police officers than we have hired during former Police Commissioner Harrison's tenure. We are currently at 2,100 officers, the lowest point in modern-day history. This leaves the Baltimore Police Department inadequately staffed to carry out its mission. The violence has gone unabated during Harrison's tenure due to his inability to plan to combat it."
Well, we're seeing some reaction from some of the city leaders in response to Harrison's departure. Councilwoman Odette Ramos, she says, "Thank you for your leadership, Commissioner Harrison, and wishing you well in your future endeavors." She has another lengthy explanation posted with her Twitter account right there. We also have Councilman Yichi Slafer, who says that thank you to Baltimore Police Department Commissioner Michael Harrison for your service to Baltimore City. You have been a real mensch, and we can't thank you enough for the transformative change that you have made. Well, we wanted you to join in on this conversation. Do you think it was the right time for Harrison to step down? As you see on the right side there, so far, 71% of people responded no, it was not the right time. If you'd like to make your voice heard, just head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Well, Harrison's departure is nothing new for Baltimore City. Shannon Lilly joining us live with the growing number of exits. Shannon.
Yeah, city leaders, Megan, are calling it a crisis. Right now, there are nearly a dozen city agencies that do not have a permanent leader. And with Commissioner Michael Harrison announcing he's stepping down, the police department becomes the latest agency to add to that list. Also on that list, the fire department, the Department of Transportation, the Department of Health, MONSI, Public Works, and Emergency Services. Now, in a hearing that took place last month, city leaders didn't exactly address the reason for so many departures, but they did address the problems the city faces in filling these positions. They start with a residency requirement, which requires directors of city agencies to live in the city.
That person would be, quite frankly, the ideal candidate for the position.
but they don't want to sell their house in the county to move into the city and start over again.
Now, we also spoke with Eurypsy Morgan about this. She leads a government accountability group, but she believes the revolving door with city leaders is actually more deeply connected to the city's mayor.
Unfortunately, we're at a point where Baltimore City residents are the ones who are going to suffer because of what we're seeing as a lack of managerial skills.
Now, as for what's next, the election is just right around the corner, and so experts fear that recruitment could become that much more difficult because candidates don't know for sure who their next boss will be. Reporting from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Shannon, thank you. Making headlines. The second driver in the Beltway crash that killed 6 people is now being held without bond after police initially had trouble finding her. 54-year-old Lisa Lee has been indicted on 28 charges, including manslaughter and aggressive driving. Police say that she told them she was in Las Vegas before turning herself in. Prosecutors yesterday saying data from her car revealed that she was driving 121 miles per hour before her car plowed through the work zone, killing 6 people. She is accused of being under the influence of a drug while driving.
The actions in this case, while they're not intentional, they resulted in significant consequences.
She was very remorseful. She has to live with this day in, day out, and she has physical permanent scars from this.
The other driver involved, 20-year-old Malachi Brown, is now on home detention. Prosecutors say that he was driving 122 miles per hour. We are awaiting trial dates in both cases.
Another case against former President Donald Trump drawing some criticism this morning. The charges and support as he's pushing ahead with his re-election bid.
Plus, the air quality is impacting big events on the East Coast this morning. The big sports event that might be canceled.
Meanwhile, we're seeing code orange air quality here in the Baltimore region, much better than yesterday. Still ahead this morning, though, we could start to see some much needed rain, too. When that will start falling, our meteorologist Amy Aronson will let us know. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 7:39 this morning, authorities are advising everyone to limit their time outdoors as wildfires continue to rage in Canada.
Taylor Stewart in our live center with the latest on the air quality concerns. Taylor.
That's right, you guys. Take a look at this tweet from NASA. It shows the smoke and pollution from wildfires in Quebec as far as it goes. And it does go far with some of the most concerning conditions in New Jersey, our D.C. area, far as Virginia and South Carolina. It's threatening major outdoor events this weekend. Now a live look as we head over to New York City, where the governor there, I just closed the tab by accident, but the governor there is now putting the Belmont Stakes in jeopardy. She says it's possible that it will not happen. Governor Kathy Hochul, she announced safety measures just yesterday, but she says if it does not improve, the race will be canceled. Now, a breakdown of how the EPA is gauging the severity of the air quality, with green meaning it's healthy to breathe, all the way down to purple meaning very unhealthy. Let's take a look here at D.C. where here we go. All right, taking a look at Washington, where right now the president is announcing that he's sending more support to fight the raging wildfires in Canada. He addressed the ongoing threat to millions of Americans on Thursday. Take a listen.
It's very important that affected communities listen to the guidance of their state and local officials from this point forward. To keep up to date on the air quality in real time, go to the app that we provided. It's called airnow.gov, and check on one another.
All right, let's take a look now at the Maryland Department of Environment's air quality forecast. You can see most of the state is in orange, eastern parts of Maryland, in orange, western parts of Maryland, in moderate, that yellow condition. And here we're going to keep you updated as to what's going on as it improves. But as you can see, we're doing better than yesterday. Let's go ahead and check in with meteorologist Amy Aronson for an update on our forecast there.
Yeah, definitely an improvement. Finally, right? We are back in the orange category today, which means unhealthy still for sensitive groups. So anyone who has any breathing issues, things like asthma, still limit your time outside for one more day. This weekend, if you're itching for some fresh air, everybody should be able to enjoy it. We've got sunshine returning. We're back in the moderate category too. So looking at better air quality conditions over the weekend. Now, I am tracking a brief chance for some rain today and a better one next week. I'll break both down in more detail and let you know what it means for all your plans later today in just about 10 minutes. Megan?
All right, Amy, thank you. Your taxpayer dollars may be gone with the smoky wind. Still ahead in our next hour, the funding that's going towards land conservation in Canada as it deals with hundreds of wildfires.
Loneliness now an epidemic in the United States. Next, what you can do to fight back against it and help others. 7:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by the University of Maryland School of Medicine.
The United States Surgeon General now calling attention to a public health crisis of loneliness, isolation, and lack of connection in our country, causing harm now to our physical health. This morning, Dr. Chris D'Adamo, director of the Center for Integrative Medicine at the University of Maryland School of Medicine, is joining us live to weigh in on this. Dr. D'Adamo, we appreciate you joining us. What are the facts supporting this?
Well, first, I want to commend Dr. Murthy for bringing this to our attention. I mean, the fact is that loneliness, while it was often thought of as kind of a soft predictor of disease, is as real as are things like obesity and cigarette smoking. So we know that chronic loneliness is associated with increased risk of things like anxiety and depression that we might figure, but also conditions like heart disease, stroke, dementia, and even premature death. So this is a real concern, especially among our children, but all across the lifespan.
I think everyone has felt lonely at some point in their life. How long do you have to be feeling this in order to be classified as suffering health issues from it?
That's a really good point, because we all feel lonely on a transient basis, but we're talking about more chronic, persistent feelings of loneliness is when this really starts to become a problem to our health.
And can you do something about it?
There's plenty we can do about it. It's really prioritizing social connection. And there's so many different ways to do that. Engaging in clubs, activities, sports, friends, pets, even these types of things. Faith communities. So there are many different, it's going to be different, based on the individual's preference, but just staying engaged. A lot of it is putting our devices down, right. And with social media becoming so big, but connecting actually with people and other living beings.
You and I were talking a little bit in commercial about just bringing the awareness on it. Do you think that's why the Surgeon General started talking about this?
I think it is. I think there's a need to recognize that loneliness is a real issue, as was mentioned before. So, and just to treat it the way we would cigarette smoking or something that we know is a problem. We see it in ourselves and our kids. We'd want to stop that, right? Or do what we can. So I think the same thing here. We need to prioritize making those social connections.
Are there numbers or statistics out there for how many people are feeling this way?
I've seen statistics 1 in 2 people, actually. So it was, and this was especially exacerbated during the COVID lockdowns, but it occurred before that. This has been a progressive trend that's worrisome. But again, there's a lot we can do about it. It's all going to be individualized in terms of how we want to, prioritize that social connection.
For someone that's watching right now and thinking, man, I think I fit into that category, where do they start getting help? Trying to reach out and finding new friends isn't always easy.
Yeah, it's not always easy as right. So I think there's a lot of different ways. I think about things like meetup groups and, I even look at like what my mother did as an example, playing, these card games right. and book clubs and, pickleball, these kinds of different things. So there's a lot of different resources out there, and it just takes a little bit of exploration into that, not to minimize how hard it can be. You move to a new area or whatever it might be. But I think being creative with this and just really prioritizing it, and it will emerge.
Be aware of it, recognize it, and do something about it. Dr. D'Adamo, we appreciate you drawing attention.
My pleasure.
All right, 7:48, time to get another check of our forecast here on a Friday morning.
That's right. We have meteorologist Amy Aronson looking at the weekend, and yes, we still need to talk about the air quality.
Yeah, hopefully it's the last day we're really using this meter. We are looking at an air quality close to 112 today. Still puts us in that unhealthy category for sensitive groups only. So that means anyone still suffering from breathing issues, you want to limit your time outside today. Tomorrow looks better for everybody. We're back in the moderate category, and that's where we're going to stay as we head through the end of the weekend, too. So improving conditions coming. If you're wondering where are we on the scale, today we're in that orange category, but over the weekend we're back in the yellow category, and that means just a risk for those who are usually sensitive to air pollutants. Still avoid time outside, but everybody else, you're in good shape to enjoy the sunshine. And we can see that sun shining down on Towson right now. Still a little bit of haze out there, but nothing compared to what we saw the past couple of days. Upper 50s to near 60 to begin. Feels pretty nice at the moment. If you want to squeeze in a little walk, I think you're in better shape to do that today. We are tracking a little disturbance to our north. That's the clouds and the showers you see moving through central parts of Pennsylvania. That's going to drop our direction and send us a chance for some much needed rain actually for the second half of the day. So we are tracking that brief chance for some pop-up showers and even a couple of storms today. Between 1 and 3 o'clock, they'll bubble up, and then they continue through about sunset tonight. Not a ton of rain, not enough to cancel any outdoor plans you have for your Friday evening. After that, we'll dry things out, and we are dry for the rest of the weekend. So no need to worry about the rain on Saturday or Sunday, we're just going to be heating up. Southerly winds kick in. That helps clear out any lingering smoke and haze, and also warming up before this next weather maker gets here. So this is our next best chance for rain. We haven't seen a lot of rain so far this month and so far this year, so we really need it. We're going to get a pretty good soaking as we head through the day on Monday afternoon. That weather maker arrives. A little bit of rain today, some spotty and scattered showers and storms this afternoon and this evening with highs in the mid-70s. Better for pool time Saturday and Sunday. Sunday especially, we're going to be heating up and getting close to 90 degrees. Maybe you plan to head to the beach this weekend. They're still having some air quality issues there today, but over the weekend they should also see an improvement with highs in the mid-70s. A quick look ahead shows that chance for rain coming up on Monday. Some showers and some storms likely then. A stray shower Tuesday and Wednesday. Otherwise, highs will remain in the low to mid-80s each day. Tom, Megan.
All right, Amy, thank you. Coming up, how the Maryland Department of Commerce plans to help out small cannabis businesses as we gear up for the legalization of recreational marijuana use.
What is hometown spirit? Coming up in our 8 o'clock hour, a local Jeopardy contestant shares his experience on the Alex Trebek stage and his plan to take over for another Maryland game show host. Speaking of which, I'll take 20-ounce coffee for $800.
Who is Tom and Megan? Ready for a coffee break?
Nice, well done, yes.
I guess I should have asked the question first. I'll get there. I think we won.
We won.
Looking ahead to July this morning when some marijuana possession and use will be legal in Maryland.
But before that happens, the Department of Commerce is offering funding for cannabis businesses.
John Gonzalez with our Sinclair sister station in Rockville is in Rockville with more details.
Well, come the 4th of July, the sky won't be the only thing lighting up here in Maryland. Pot will become legal for all adults on July 1st, and small businesses wanting to get in on the cannabis industry and cannabis dispensaries like this one here in Rockville will have a chance now to apply for funding. The Maryland Department of Commerce is now offering grants and loans to help existing medical marijuana companies move into the state's adult use cannabis market. The first round of funding includes grants of up to $25,000 for dispensary licensees and up to $50,000 for processor and grower licensees. Now, social equity will be a big focus here. License owners in areas that were disproportionately impacted by the enforcement of weed offenses will get priority. The general goal here, I'm told, for the state is to license entrepreneurs, drive revenue, of course, and develop the workforce. In other words, a lot of new jobs.
The industry does create a lot of jobs in states, and it creates them very quickly. And it's a wide range of jobs, from retail to agriculture to delivery, logistics, manufacturing, and extraction, and kitchen work for edibles, right? So you really have an incredibly diverse workforce that ends up getting pulled together.
The second round of applications will be on August 1st. We'll focus on targeting conditional grants and loans for startup capital and operating expenses. Now, when July 1st comes around, the starting tax for cannabis will be set at 9%. In Rockville, Maryland, John Gonzalez, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, John. Former President Donald Trump responding after reports of an indictment on federal criminal charges related to classified document investigation. What we know so far about the charges that he could be facing.
A major shakeup within the Baltimore Police Department. Just ahead, we have reaction and what comes next after Michael Harrison announces he is stepping down as police commissioner. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Coming up on 8 o'clock here on this Friday, June 9th, I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gilland, and it is the weekend. That haze is clearing out. Things are looking good.
Looking good and smelling a lot better. Meteorologist Amy Aronson is here. Yes. You guys both smell great.
Yeah, thanks to us, right? Nothing to do with the atmosphere. We've had some smoke on our hands. We've all noticed it. We've smelled it the past couple of days. Fortunately, it's on its way out. You can already notice it smells much more refreshing out there. You can actually see the sun a little bit this morning, which is helping us out. But we are still dealing with moderate air quality conditions. That's the yellow here on the map. It's a little worse still at the beaches, so be prepared for that if you're headed down there for the weekend. But this is all going to continue to improve as we get into the weekend. So it's only going to get better and better, and our skies are going to get clearer. We are starting off comfortable this morning, mid-50s, low 60s to start. Feels fantastic to get your Friday started. Should feel even better later this weekend. Today, we still have a couple of issues on our hands, not only the leftover haze, but also some afternoon showers and storms. I don't think it's going to be a washout, but I would have an umbrella on standby for your Friday night plans. Temperatures still end up in the mid-70s today. Coming up in 10 minutes, we'll take a look at the rest of your weekend forecast, and I'll show you when we are tracking a better chance for some rain and some storms. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. Let's take a look now at your Lynn Stoller traffic network. And there is a crash, the outer loop right near Liberty Road. You can see the red that is formed there because of the collision. We'll find out a little bit. Top camera, it looks like obviously slowdowns both inner and outer loop because of this.
First thing is for me is to breathe. Second thing is to make sure I'm here to help the new police commissioner get acclimated to the work.
This morning, we have continuing coverage on Police Commissioner Michael Harrison announcing his plans to step down.
Now, he says this is in the best interest of the city, despite being one of the longest serving city police commissioners since taking his position in March of 2019.
Shannon Lilly is live as the community reacts to this decision. Shannon.
Yeah, there is certainly an element of shock, Megan and Tom, amongst some city leaders. Remember, this decision is effective immediately, and it's causing quite a shakeup here at the Baltimore Police Department, especially as yet another police commissioner steps down. In fact, we spoke with some city leaders anonymously, and they say they did not see this coming. Some even saying that they spoke with Harrison as recently as Wednesday to talk crime-fighting strategies, and so clearly something drastically changed within 24 hours because this announcement came early yesterday morning. And so those leaders we spoke to anonymously, others, though, are reacting publicly. Let's listen to what they had to say.
I think I've been very clear with the need for a change in direction in the department. And I'm hopeful that under Acting Commissioner Worley's leadership, we're going to see those needed changes.
It's a decision I don't fully understand. And I'll say the mayor has much more information about what's going on in the department, how decisions have been made in the department, for why he decided to make this change. There are missing pieces to how we got here.
Well, in yesterday's press conference, the mayor briefly addressing how we got here, saying he and the commissioner had discussions over the past few weeks about the future of the department, and it became clear to them that now is the right time to make this transition. Harrison's departure marks the 11th change in leadership at BPD since 2000. Harrison is one of the longest serving city police commissioners, though, and he took his position in March of 2019. His contract was set to expire in March of 2024. So as for what's next, Deputy Commissioner Rich Worley now steps into this role, guys, of acting commissioner.
Shannon, go back to the timing here and the speculation on possible job offers. Did Harrison actually say what is next for him?
He didn't, Tom. And like you said, there has been a lot of speculation, even some drama that unfolded earlier this week at City Hall. But despite those speculations of what opportunities Harrison might or might not have, he says that he has not taken any job opportunities, even done any job interviews. And he says he is simply staying home to rest and making sure that this transition is a smooth one. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. And over here is going to be a look at the crime fight under Harrison. This is data from the past 6 years, measuring the number of homicides between January 1st and May 31st. And what it shows is after an historically violent start to the year last year, we are seeing improvement down here. But if you look, the homicide numbers are still above where they were back in 2018 there. That was the year before his arrival.
As Shannon was just telling us, Commissioner Harrison's departure makes this the 11th change in leadership at Baltimore's police department since 2000. And now the torch is being passed to Deputy Commissioner Richard Worley. Both Mayor Scott and Harrison are supportive of Worley taking the position. The mayor making a point to nominate a candidate from within the department. Worley is from Baltimore and has been serving in the police department for more than 25 years. Joining as a trainee in 1998, he worked his way up with from being a police officer in the Western District to deputy commissioner in 2022, now interim commissioner. The mayor said Worley has, quote, Old Bay in his blood.
Ahead of Worley's confirmation, law enforcement expert Jason Johnson says any change at the helm of the Baltimore Police Department can come with problems.
When there's rapid turnover in that role, it has a very devastating impact on the organization. It creates chaos, it creates uncertainty. He's going to have to contend with that, and he's going to have to contend with very complicated Baltimore politics. And that is probably the number one reason that we're looking at our 5th police commissioner in the last 8 years.
Johnson believes the transition could be mild, as interim commissioner Richard Worley says he plans to stay the course. He's been Harrison's number 2 in command.
City State's Attorney Ivan Bates reacting to this news. In a statement he wrote, he has deeply appreciated his partnership with the commissioner in launching the citation docket program and restoring accountability. And Harrison's work to reform Baltimore's police department is one of the most impressive displays of leadership Baltimore has seen.
We are also hearing from former Baltimore Mayor Sheila Dixon. She joined us yesterday on Fox 45 News at 4 to share her perspective.
You want to make sure that if you see progress, you want to continue to build on that. I can't say that any clearer because of being in that position before. So hopefully all these plans that are in place and changes that have been made, that things won't slip back, that they'll continue to go in a positive direction.
Former President Donald Trump facing a federal indictment.
This morning, reaction pouring in from GOP lawmakers regarding the indictment of a former president.
Taylor Stewart in our live center now with the latest on what happens now. Taylor.
That's right, guys. A live look now from Miami, where his team is preparing for an arraignment on Tuesday at 3 o'clock in the afternoon in a Miami courtroom. He's facing 7 counts in connection with the alleged mishandling of classified documents the FBI says it found at his home in Mar-a-Lago. Those charges also include false statements, and conspiracy to obstruct. Prosecutorial misconduct will likely be at least one of the line of defenses we'll see deployed in an effort to eventually have these charges thrown out. Take a listen to what his lawyer had to say.
Yeah, he's going to show up. Look, he knows he's innocent. He knows this is garbage. He knows there's fundamental flaws with each one of the counts that they're apparently putting in this indictment. And he knows that the whole process, starting from the archivist, was a corrupt and politicized one. He's going to be ready to handle this case and help his attorneys fight it. And we'll see. It'll make some excitement to see who shows up at the table on Tuesday, I guess.
The indictment highlighting a wedge between some Republicans on the campaign trail. Now, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who is Trump's leading opponent, appearing to come to his defense, calling the weaponization of federal law enforcement a moral threat to free society. We're also getting new reaction here from former Governor Chris Christie. He says, we don't get our news from Trump's Truth Social account. Let's see what the facts are and when any possible indictment is released. As I've said, no one is above the law. We also have another tweet here from Governor Asa Hutchinson, who is actually asking Donald Trump to drop out of the campaign based on these accusations. We'll continue to follow this as this develops and watch the reaction that continues to pour in here from the Live Center. Back to you.
It's been hazy and dangerous to be outside too long. Later today, a briefing where health experts will be taking a deeper dive into these wildfires and the impact they'll have in the future.
Plus, we are not the only region with harsh weather. In our next half hour, the culprit to a massive Colorado wildfire.
And we are still looking at moderate drought conditions across our region. I'll explain when we could see some rain today and actually early next week, too, in a couple of minutes. It's 8:09. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
8:12 and happening today, Johns Hopkins is hosting an air quality briefing to discuss concerns over the recent wildfires.
Air quality and medical experts from Johns Hopkins will be discussing the health impact of these wildfires and how to combat them in the future. The briefing is part of their virtual event series where experts provide insight about current events. That briefing is at 11 a.m. today. It's on Zoom. You can register in advance at jhu.edu.
Summer's just around the corner. Coming up in our next hour, we'll show you the best things to be growing in your garden.
Plus, the wildfires in Canada rage on, impacting air quality in many states. After the break, how your health could be impacted by this wicked weather. It's 8:13 and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
$8:15 on this Friday morning, making your headlines while our air quality slightly improved today from the dangerous code red, now a code orange. The Canadian wildfires, they're still raging, and the U.S. has already poured millions into wildland conservation aid to Canada. We're talking nearly $180 million in just the past 6 years. But why? And will this change the U.S.-Canada air quality agreement? Joining us now from OpenTheBooks.com, founder and CEO Adam Andrzejewski. Thank you for joining us this morning, Adam.
Well, great to be here, Tom. Yeah, Canada is a rich nation. It's got a $2 trillion economy. They're a quote-unquote highly developed country. And I think it will surprise most people that we put nearly $200 million of U.S. foreign aid into our wealthy neighbor to the north. And Tom, really, it's for the birds, literally for migrant birds in land conservation. And it's interesting that the footprint of these 440 wildfires is roughly in the same spot of where we subsidized and what we're funding for migratory birds. So probably this week, the only thing worse than breathing the air in New York City as a resident would be if you're a migratory bird in Canada.
Yeah, well, so then it looks like the $180 million, was that just all a waste for the U.S.? And is Canada giving us anything back for that? I mean, why are we sending $180 million for a nation, as you pointed out, that's very affluent?
Well, it's a real question as to whether our entire investment has gone up in smoke. And we reached out to the players on both sides, on the Canadian side and on the U.S. side, and we did not receive any answers by the interview here today. So the Department of the Interior on the U.S. side has provided most of that funding, $177 million, and $144 million of that has flowed through the organization Ducks Unlimited. And like I say, we requested comment and we didn't get answers on that. But there's a real, the love is one way. The U.S. subsidy goes to Canada. We've got similar projects on the U.S. side. The Canadian taxpayer isn't funding ours, so the funding stream is only from U.S. taxpayers to Canadian projects.
Yeah, Canada's making out there, and then will there be any recourse, though? I mean, we're talking about, there was also an air quality agreement, so that's millions have been impacted here in the U.S. Is there any kind of recourse there that, because they're obviously not keeping up with not only the millions that we sent there to keep up the wildlife, but also these fires that are now, the smoke really making it unhealthy in the U.S.?
Well, unless you measure something, you can't manage it. And what we found at openthebooks.com on this air quality agreement with Canada, that the U.S. measures our air pollution from wildfires. Canada actually doesn't. And I think, after what we've all gone through over the course of the past week, and it continues, that has to change. Right. Look, wildfires put the two chemicals that cars and power plants put into the environment. That's sulfur dioxide and nitrogen oxide. So these are harmful chemicals. Canada needs to start measuring them so they can manage it.
Adam Andrzejewski with openthebooks.com. Thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, 8:19, and it's time to get another check of our forecast.
Yeah, meteorologist Amy Aronson joining us right now, talking about the weekend weather, and then hopefully we'll have some rain by the end of it.
Yeah, we need the rain. Moderate drought currently. We're going to get a little bit today, kind of like a preview, and then more of it come Monday after the weekend. We're also still looking at that code orange air quality alert for today. Definitely better than yesterday. It just means if you have any issues breathing, you still want to limit your time outside for one more day, and then we should see much of an improvement. Camden Yard's looking pretty good right now. We had trouble seeing it the past couple of days with the smoke and the haze that took over. But right now it looks like visibility is much better. Low 60s to start, less smoke, less haze for your Friday. We are tracking that chance for some showers and some storms briefly this afternoon. I don't think enough to cancel any outdoor plans, but do have an umbrella just in case. Dry and warm for the remainder of the weekend. Temperatures will actually be heating up. We are tracking still a little bit of moderate smoke today across our region, but that should be improving overnight tonight. You'll notice that lighter yellow returns as we head through the overnight hours and head into Saturday. So tomorrow should be much better. We are looking at a gradual improvement that will take us through the rest of the weekend. But we are still under moderate drought conditions. That's the tan you see here on the map. So we still really need the rain. And we're going to get a little bit today, but I think we'll get more of it come Monday. So let's track today's rain chance in more detail. We see a few spotty showers showing up this afternoon between 1 and 5 o'clock. After that, as we near sunset, all the showers dissipate and we are dry as we head into the weekend. We're comfy tomorrow morning, close to 60 to start. As we head through the afternoon, nothing but sunshine. And that's going to bring us into the 80s, actually low to mid 80s by the end of the day, and then getting warmer by the second half of the weekend. So for today, just some spotty showers and storms this afternoon and this evening. They will linger through the first part of tonight. After that, we're dry heading into the weekend and dry all weekend long, at least until Monday. That's when showers and storms return. And then a stray shower will linger Tuesday and Wednesday. Tom, Megan.
All right, Amy, thank you. Baltimore's police commissioner stepping down after 4 years. Still to come, a look at the legacy he leaves behind.
And we're getting ready for the Columbia Festival of the Arts Lake Fest. We'll talk about it coming up right here on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
It is so Baltimore, but you can start your summer down in Columbia.
The Festival of Arts is happening all summer long, and we're getting a look at what you can expect. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark is live ahead of the festival. It starts this weekend. Good morning, Mark.
That's right. I'm here with Laura Bacon with the organization The Third. You're the founder, the creator. A lot of great things going to happen at Lake Fest, right?
Yes. So Lake Fest is an amazing event, and The Third is super excited to be supporting with our third annual Juneteenth pop-up cookout. Chef Jamila is doing cookout food from 12 to 5. You can pre-order on our website. We have the stage completely programmed with step teams, go-go band. Delphio Marcellus, Grammy winner, is going to be here. And we'll be featuring artists from our WOCAX event, which will be happening June 23rd through the 25th at The Third, like Jet.
And Jet, your work is amazing.
Thank you.
I mean, you know, I noticed like it seems like you can just feel your art. Is that what you're all about? Tell us about your art.
Yes, so my art is centered around like art and spirituality. So I use my art as a vehicle for healing. So I am Talea Jet Johnson, and I'm so excited for Lake Fest and to show my work at Wilcox. And I have a new painting that I'm going to be featuring at both events, so I'm super excited about it.
I love it. You can see again. You can feel. I can feel the almost the humanness of your art.
Yes.
And
thank you.
You say you do commission work.
I do commission work. I have an Instagram. It's _LEYA___. That's where you can find all of my services and all of my paintings and all that fun stuff.
So again, Lake Fest. Once again, you got to give it up for Columbia now. Columbia, when they do it right, guys. We got Grammy-nominated artists. It's going to be this whole thing will be filled with artists and art and music and food. So a great celebration is on the way, guys.
Wow,
Yeah.
she's good.
Oh, yeah. Just one artist, and she's just one of them out there. Thank you, Jet.
We're going to put some information, Mark, on our website, too, for everyone to go and see more of those works. foxbaltimore.com/newslinks is the place to go.
It's a Furry Friday today with our Pet of the Week. Stick around for a doggone good time. That's a cat, though.
As Police Commissioner Michael Harrison steps down, city police now join the long list of city agencies without a permanent leader. Just ahead, we're going to take a look at the growing number of exits in our city.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It's Friday, June 9th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Taylor Stewart. Now let's get right on over to meteorologist Amy Aronson with a look at what we can expect this Friday. I heard some showers later, which is a good thing.
Yeah, we need the rain. It's going to help clear us out, clear out some of that lingering smoke and haze, and allow us to enjoy actually a mostly dry weekend. So right now we're off to a pleasant start. Low 60s to begin. Little bit of lingering haze out there, but I think that's on its way out. The Orioles are back in town tonight. That's exciting. Good timing with the smoke clearing out of here, so hopefully they won't have any issues with that game tonight. A few showers around first pitch, but after that, just mostly cloudy and comfortable for the rest of the game with temperatures in the upper 60s. And I know they're home all weekend. The rest of the weekend looks fantastic. A little warm out there at times, but I'll break down all of those numbers and let you know when we're expecting more rain in our 7-day forecast in 10 minutes. Taylor?
Sounds good. Let's go ahead and check your traffic now to the Len Stiller Traffic Network. We do see we have a crash right here on 695 causing quite a bit of delay and backup here. So be mindful of that as you head out on your commute.
After 4 years in Baltimore, Commissioner Michael Harrison is stepping down, leaving behind a legacy of challenges, success, and controversy.
Harrison's the second longest serving commissioner the city has had in 23 years.
To say that we've just come a long way would be an understatement.
While in office, Harrison tackled everything from critically high crime and staffing shortages to a federal consent decree and a city state's attorney with a no prosecution policy for low-level offenses. Yesterday, he spoke on the department impacts from Marilyn Mosby's policies for the first time.
We had to design policy and guidance for the police officers to perform their duties, understanding we could not put officers in positions to do something and get themselves injured, get community members injured, all of the things that go along with that for a case that's likely not going to be prosecuted.
Now, despite obstacles, Harrison is quick to tout the reduction of excessive force complaints against officers and the litigation against the city, as well as the reduction in violent crime this year. But his legacy is leaving mixed reviews.
I think he ranks up there with one of the worst commissioners we've ever had. Within the last 5 years I was there, you lost a lot. You lost a lot of experience, and you lost a lot of good quality people.
That was Sherry Hensley there, a 40-year veteran of the Baltimore City Police Department. The Baltimore Police Union echoed Hensley's statement. FOP President Mike Mancuso sent a statement to Fox 45 News, reading in part, quote, "We have lost over 300 more police officers than we have hired during former Police Commissioner Harrison's tenure. We are currently at 2,100 officers, the lowest point in modern-day history. This leaves the Baltimore Police Department inadequately staffed to carry out its mission. The violence has gone unabated during Harrison's tenure due to his inability to plan to combat it."
That's right. We're also getting reaction from city leaders to Harrison's departure. I want to show you guys this. This is from the state's attorney's office. City State's Attorney Ivan Bates saying working with Commissioner Harrison over the past several months was a pleasure, wishing him well, and saying he appreciated the partnership to launch the citation docket. We're also seeing reaction from Odette Ramos, the commissioner here, saying thank you for your leadership and penning a pretty lengthy statement about his departure as well. Other folks weighing in here saying, I'd like to thank the commissioner for his service to Baltimore, wishing him well in his future endeavors. That is Councilman Mark Conway. Another person here, Godiva, Ms. Mocha 0732, saying Commissioner Harrison is the best commissioner the city has ever seen and has done a phenomenal job these past 4 years. So obviously a lot of folks are weighing in on this latest announcement from Commissioner Harrison.
As Harrison is the latest leader to leave Baltimore, this is not a new concept for the city of Baltimore. We have Shannon Lilly joining us live with the growing number of exits that we've seen. Shannon.
Yeah, city leaders, Megan, are calling it a crisis. In fact, right now, there are nearly a dozen city agencies that do not have a permanent leader. And with Commissioner Harrison announcing he's stepping down, the city police department becomes the latest agency to join this long list. Also on this list, the fire department, the Department of Transportation, the Department of Health, MONSI, Emergency Services, and Public Works. Now, in a hearing that happened last month, city leaders didn't exactly address the reasons for so many departures, but they did address the problems the city faces in filling these positions. They start with a residency requirement, which requires directors of city agencies to live in the city.
That person would be, quite frankly, the ideal candidate for the position.
but they don't want to sell their house in the county to move into the city and start over again.
Now, we also spoke with Eurypsy Morgan about this. She leads a government accountability group, but she believes the revolving door with city leaders is more deeply connected to the mayor.
Unfortunately, we're at a point where Baltimore City residents are the ones who are going to suffer because of what we're seeing as a lack of managerial skills.
Now, with the election just right around the corner, experts fear that recruitment could get that much more difficult because these candidates don't know for sure who their next boss will be. Reporting from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Wildfires continue to rage in Canada, even as the smoke starts clearing up back at home. Up next, we'll have the latest on the conditions across the East Coast.
And today we are finally going to get a break from that thick, smoky haze. Coming up, meteorologist Amy Aronson is taking a look at how our next weather maker impacts our air quality levels. Time now 8:35. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Embers from an old wood fire and sparks from a power line are now believed to be the cause of the most destructive wildfire in Colorado's history. That December 2021 blaze, dubbed the Marshall Fire, destroyed nearly 1,100 homes, left 2 people dead, and cost $2 billion in damage. Authorities investigated the incident for 18 months to see if anyone was criminally responsible. They say the culprit, a loose power line, as well as a scrap wood fire that rekindled despite its burial being approved by firefighters. The Boulder County Sheriff had trouble sharing the news.
With every home that burned that day, people lost everything. All their possessions, family heirlooms, were turned to ash. I share in that loss as I lost my home to the Marshall Fire.
The owner of the power line, XL Energy, calls the findings flawed, denying their power line caused the fire. The county is not filing criminal charges.
All right, this morning, authorities are advising everyone to limit their time outdoors as those wildfires continue to rage in Canada. Check out this tweet from NASA. It shows the smoke that has been coming from the Quebec fires in Canada, and it spreads just throughout the eastern region with some of the worst conditions, New Jersey, D.C., as far south as Virginia and South Carolina. It is threatening major outdoor events this weekend. Now, a live look from New York City, where we are already seeing. Well, we're also learning there that there may be an issue with the Belmont Stakes. It's in jeopardy this weekend, as Thursday, Governor Kathy Hochul announced enhanced safety measures, warning the race could be canceled if those conditions deteriorate. Here's a breakdown of how the EPA is gauging the severity of the air quality. Now, with green meaning it's healthy to breathe, yellow, moderate, orange, unhealthy for sensitive groups, red, unhealthy for all, and purple, very unhealthy. It goes all the way to burgundy, which is hazardous. But now another live look in Washington. We'll get back to that live look in a second here. Right here, where President Biden announced that he is sending more support to fight the raging wildfires in Canada and address the ongoing threat to millions of Americans.
It's very important that affected communities listen to the guidance of their state and local officials from this point forward. To keep up to date on the air quality in real time, go to the app that we provided. It's called airnow.gov, and check on one another.
All right, here's a look now at the Maryland Department of Environment's air quality forecast for our area. You can see most of the state is in orange, which is an improvement since yesterday, but some of the parts are even yellow in the west. We'll keep you updated, but let's get over meteorologist Amy Aronson now with a look at how it's looking in our area. Amy.
Yeah, we are still looking at moderate conditions right now. If we take a look at our air quality index, all the yellow across our region, but that's much improved from yesterday when we were in the red and even the purple in some areas. Still a little unhealthy as you head eastward towards the beaches today, but that should also improve as we get into the weekend. So here's a look at that air quality forecast. Still in the orange category today. That means if you do suffer from any breathing issues, still limit your time outside. We are looking at better conditions Saturday and Sunday. We are back in the moderate category at that point. Now, we're also tracking a chance for some rain, not only today, but coming up next Monday, too. That's also going to help us out big time, help cleanse out our air. I'll break down our rain chances in more detail in just about 10 minutes. Megan?
All right, Amy, thank you. Coming up, one Marylander gets the opportunity of a lifetime, how a lifelong game show fan makes his dreams come true.
And our Feed Your Dreams sweepstakes comes to an end. Stay tuned, because coming up in our next hour, we're going to have a big reveal. Stick with us. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
All right, it's here. Come on, Jeopardy fans. You know this man right here, David Ford, competing here in a game of Jeopardy. He's joining us this morning. He's from Pasadena. David, thank you so much for coming in this morning. We appreciate it.
Thanks very much for having me. Appreciate it.
You were in L.A. last night.
I was, yes. Exactly.
To an extent.
Yeah, and
TV
I time
magic.
warped right back here. How about that?
Yes. So the question I have for you then this morning is, I did not get to watch last night. Are you buying a new house?
Unfortunately, no. But, but, you know, hey, I had a great time.
Yeah.
And it was an experience of a lifetime. So
you had a watch party, though, last night with family and friends.
Yes.
And, okay, tell us about that. How'd that go? And is it exciting having family there?
Oh, it was great. You know, my family and friends have been so supportive of me throughout this whole journey, and to be able to share it with all of them last night, it was just the cherry on the top of the sundae, really.
You told me, though, something before we started recording, that you've been into game shows since you were 6. Is that right?
Oh, even earlier than that. I mean, I learned my letters watching Wheel of Fortune. I mean, my mom made flashcards of all the game show hosts for me to memorize, so it's just in my blood.
So what was it like then, finally getting on to Jeopardy? Where you kind of, did you ever yell at the camera, at the TV, and just say, come on, you know this answer, and then you're on, and now it's kind of, you understand why some people go blank?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, one thing's sitting on the couch, and then getting up there under the lights and the pressure, it's completely different. But I loved it. I enjoyed every second of it. It was almost euphoric, so to speak, to finally live out my dream, because it's a dream, and it's a dream for not only myself, but everybody who steps onto that stage, because they are realizing the effort and the books that they read and the flashcards that they study and everything.
How much studying are you doing before this?
My whole life. But more realistically, in the last few months, between the time that I knew I was going to be on and my air date, it was a lot of brushing up on world capitals and presidents and the like.
Were there some categories when they pulled them up and you're like, oh yeah, got that one. Oh, maybe I ought to hold off on that one. And then when it comes to Final Jeopardy, was it like something where you're going, okay, maybe I'll just risk $1?
Yes. The boards that came up, I wasn't particularly thrilled with the content. I'm not going to lie. It didn't really suit my strengths. There were some things that I did well, but that's a part of Jeopardy that I think a lot of people don't always grasp, is that there's actually luck.
Yes. Oh, yeah, there's a lot. I mean, because you're competing against any topic in the world.
Yes, absolutely.
With some of the smartest people in the world.
Yes, absolutely.
We're running out of time real quick, but I want to ask you to do something, because you said that you wanted to be a game show host basically since your birth. Right?
Yes, that's right.
So if you could pick, I mean, you know, Pat Sajak is from Maryland, right?
Yes,
and,
he is.
You said you're a big fan of Wheel of Fortune.
Absolutely. I was on it a few years ago, so yeah, absolutely. Yeah, hey.
So if you could take over and become a game show host, because Pat, let's be honest, he's getting a little bit up there in age. You may be the next one. What would you do? How would you say it? Can you talk to camera 4 and be able to, and be able to say you're a Wheel of Fortune game show host voice?
Oh, okay. Well, let me see here. Well, thanks everybody for coming for a new episode of Wheel of Fortune. We've got 3 great contestants here battling out against the wheel, and let's meet them today, folks.
David Ford, wait a second, we got to get somebody else in here. We got to bring your dad. I mean, one of your biggest fans. Justin, mind stepping up here real quick for us?
Yeah.
Come on in, bring the camera. Here, come sit with us. Justin Ford hanging out here. Here, have a seat right here.
Yes.
Yeah, your son being on game shows here. Do you think he will be the next host of Wheel of Fortune?
Only if he wants to be, but if he does, he will.
Yeah, that's
Look at that. That's fucking like a true dad.
Yeah.
David, Justin, thank you so much. We appreciate coming in. Great recording there, right there, too. So this is, just incredible. But have you on Fox 45 today with us.
Thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity as well. Thanks.
We look forward to watching you spin the wheel and having everybody else spin the wheel.
Yeah, that's it. I hope so. You never know.
All right, we'll see you. Thank you.
Okay.
We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
That was
awesome.
And
I
he
know.
did great last night, too.
Yeah, that was just such a fun interview to watch.
We'll see what happens next for him. All right, meantime, for all of us, it looks like we've got a pretty nice weekend on tap.
Oh, yeah. Meteorologist Amy Aronson is going to have the update for us, and I think it's going to be rain this today, possibly, because we need it.
A little would be nice. Just a little bit,
Okay.
but we could use way more, and we will eventually get that, but after the weekend. So I think timing kind of works out for us for anything happening outside. Certainly works out for us with our air quality index. It's on its way down, finally. We're back in the orange category today with an air quality index close to 112, so still unhealthy for sensitive groups. If you have breathing issues, you still want to limit your time outside today. But over the weekend, much better. We're in the moderate category. category, closer to 84 on Saturday, and then 100 on Sunday. So if you're wondering, where do all these numbers put us on that big scale? For example, yesterday we were unhealthy, very unhealthy. Today we're back in this orange category, and then back in that yellow moderate category tomorrow. So tomorrow the only risk is for those who are usually sensitive to different air pollution levels. So if you're not, then you're in pretty good shape to get back outside. Right now you can still see a little bit of haze, little bit of lingering smoke looking down at Towson, but otherwise we're all in much better shape today than yesterday. Mid-50s and 60s to start things off. It feels pretty great outside right now, and it looks pretty nice too. Here's that rain chance. It's not a big one. Couple of scattered showers, a storm to our north there. That disturbance is going to drop southward into Maryland today, and that's what's going to trigger our potential for just a little bit of rain. On future scan, doesn't look like much. Some widely scattered showers popping up between 1 o'clock and 3 o'clock this afternoon and ongoing through about 7 o'clock. After that, things look dry for the rest of the night and heading into the weekend too. Actually, clear skies tomorrow morning and again on Sunday. So we are looking at pretty good conditions all weekend long before this gets here. That's our next weather maker. Looks kind of like a mess on Sunday, but it will get its act together and reach us later Monday, setting us that next best chance for rain. So for today, a small chance for some scattered showers and a storm this evening. After that, we're completely dry for the rest of the weekend. Great days for some pool time. Mid-80s on Saturday, close to 90 by Sunday. Maybe your weekend plans take you to the beaches. Still some issues with air quality there today, along with that storm chance too. But over the weekend, improvements are expected. We'll welcome back the sunshine there on Saturday with highs in the low to mid-70s and then mid-70s by the end of it on Sunday. Here at home, it's going to be hotter, up to 89 on Sunday. As we get into early next week, we are tracking that chance for some showers and storms on Monday, which we actually really need. And then a stray shower will linger both Tuesday and Wednesday before we're dry and warm again next Thursday. And let's take a look at the view through your window. I want to thank Sandy for this picture. This is showing kind of the smoke and the haze that has been dominating our region the past couple of days. And we want to see the view through your window. In order to send it, just send us, scan that QR code you see right there on your screen, and you can send us your pictures that way, and we'll show them right here on Fox 45. Back to you.
All right, Amy, thank you. Trending now, General Motors has announced its electric vehicles will be able to use Tesla's charging stations starting early next year.
They will need an adapter to use the chargers, but new GM electric vehicles produced in 2025 and later will be equipped with Tesla's North American Standard connector. Last month, Ford also announced a similar partnership with Tesla. EV analysts say the announcements are major steps toward making Tesla chargers the industry standard.
And Meta could be adding a new dimension to its short video feature. The tech company announced it is testing out Reels, which are like TikTok videos on Facebook and Instagram, on the Quest VR headset.
Interesting. According to the report, the feature appears to work similar to other apps on the headset and could allow users to scroll through short videos in virtual reality.
A convenience store known for its late-night snacks is taking it to the next level. See how 7-Eleven is expanding its menu. Their taquitos are amazing.
And coming up in our 9 o'clock hour, a furry friend joins us in studio. Stick around to meet our pet of the week.
But first, we're meeting some caffeine.
It's definitely time for a coffee break. Topping your morning business report, Google is cracking down on office attendance. The company wants most workers to be in the office 3 days a week and will consider attendance as part of a staff performance. The Wall Street Journal is reporting employees were told via email that those with frequent absences will be sent reminders, and new requests to work remotely full-time will be exceptions only. Now, when it comes to artificial intelligence, most workers say they're not afraid of it. A survey by accounting firm KPMG found 57% of workers see generative AI as an immediate threat to their jobs. Most surveyed are actually eager to learn AI skills. And convenience store 7-Eleven unveiling a sit-down bar, an uncommon sight for sure, but it could come before the norm at 7-Eleven stores in parts of Canada. The chain received licenses for alcohol on-site consumption and nearly all in Ontario locations, more than 50 stores. Now, this is after a routine regulatory inspection. The stores will be able to serve alcoholic beverages with food at tables in the dining section. All right, generations have to be taught to clean their ears with cotton swabs. Did you know that is not the best way to clean it? Stacey Bell's here with the deal on an easy and effective way to clean your ears.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
We all get earwax. Ugh, it's really nothing to be embarrassed about. And you like to use those cotton swabs, but they really don't work because they just push the wax deeper into your ear. The Whoosh powered ear cleaner is really going to help you break up that wax. I'm going to show you how it works. It's really easy. I already have some water. You add warm water, has to be warm. You can use this inside the shower or out of the shower. I'll show you right here. You have this little cup and you put the cup up to your ear. You stick the Whoosh inside and turn it on, and it just starts to break up that wax. And there are 3 different levels, so if you want to go lighter so you don't have a big rush of water in your ear, that works as well. The buildup of wax in your ear can lead to irritation, hearing loss, and the Whoosh is really going to help break down that wax and help you feel better. The other thing I like about it, if you have a bunch of people in the house, your kids, your spouse, there are 6 different attachments. So you can use these, and not everybody's using the same thing to break up the wax in their ears. So this is just going to help you feel a little bit better about yourself and relieve that wax in your ear. Right now, we're offering 35% off the Whoosh powered ear cleaner. It's such a great deal. You want to head over to asadeals.com for this exclusive offer.
Well, it is 9 o'clock and we're following 3 big stories for you. We are in code orange for air quality, better than yesterday, but the haze, it's continuing to fade. Still ahead, meteorologist Amy Aronson is tracking when the next weather maker, I'll get it out, is on its way.
A major shakeup within the Baltimore Police Department. Just ahead, we have reaction in what comes next after Michael Harrison announces he's stepping down as police commissioner.
And we're following an unprecedented indictment of a former president, Donald Trump, how he broke the news and the response coming from lawmakers. Good Day Baltimore starts right now.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Oh, it is a good day. It's a good Friday, June 9th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Taylor Stewart. Let's get right on over to meteorologist Amy Aronson, because the haze is still kind of out there, but you can kind of start to see the sky. I mean, we saw the moon this morning.
Blue skies, white moon, and not a red, orange one.
Totally.
Yeah, that's good.
Exactly. A welcome change compared to the past couple of days. And we're going to continue to see improvement as we get into the weekend. Right now, we are looking at moderate air quality conditions still across our region. So not totally in the clear just yet, not 100%, but we should continue to see these conditions improve, the air quality improve as we get into the weekend. Right now, we're off to a pretty comfortable start. Lots of 60s on the map this morning. We've got some sun breaking through the haze, and that's going to continue to take over. We've also got a chance for some rain today, so that could also help us out. Not a huge chance, a chance later this afternoon, early this evening for some scattered showers and storms and highs in the low to mid 70s. A better chance for rain come next Monday. I'll let you know exactly when we'll see some rain then and what it means for the week ahead in 10 minutes. Tom?
All right, thank you, Amy. Now let's take a look at your Lynn Solar traffic network. And very busy this morning as crews have been dealing with multiple accidents. This one is right near 95 southbound, right when you're just about to get on the outer loop of 695. You can see the slowdown, that camera on the bottom right. There's two vehicles involved, and it's causing some slowdowns, not only 95 southbound, but also if you're coming across, going over it from the 695, continuing on the outer loop. That issue is still causing some headaches for drivers. And then there's one other one, Curtis Creek Drawbridge, slowing some slowdowns there. It's probably because it's opening up right now. Last one is Maryland 100 between Meadow Ridge and 195. There's an incident. There's two vehicles involved in that accident. That's eastbound. Is causing some delays.
First thing is for me is to breathe. Second thing is to make sure I'm here to help the new police commissioner get acclimated to the work.
Well, this morning we have continuing coverage on Police Commissioner Michael Harrison announcing his plans to step down.
He says this is the best interest for the city, despite being one of the longest serving police commissioners since taking his position in March of 2019.
Shannon Lilly bringing us reaction now from the community. Shannon.
Well, there is certainly an element of shock amongst some city leaders. Remember, this decision is effective immediately, and it's causing quite a shakeup right here at the Baltimore Police Headquarters as yet another police commissioner steps down. In fact, some city leaders tell us anonymously they had no clue this would happen. Those leaders even meeting with Harrison talking crime strategy up until Wednesday, but 24 hours later, something clearly changed. Other leaders are responding publicly, so let's hear their reactions.
I think I've been very clear with the need for a change in direction in the department, and I'm hopeful that under Acting Commissioner Worley's leadership, we're going to see those needed changes.
It's a decision I don't fully understand, and I'll say the mayor has much more information about what's going on in the department, how decisions have been made in the department. For why he decided to make this change. There are missing pieces to how we got here.
Now, in yesterday's press conference, the mayor briefly addressed how we got here, saying he and the commissioner had discussions over the past few weeks about the future of the department, and it became clear to them that now is the right time to make this transition. Harrison's departure marks the 11th change in leadership at BPD since 2000, but Harrison is one of the longest serving city police commissioners. He took his position in March of 2019, but his contract was set to expire in March of 2024. Now, as for what's next, Deputy Commissioner Rich Worley now moves into this new role of acting commissioner. Reporting from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Now, here's a look at the crime fight under Harrison. This is data from the past 6 years, measuring the number of homicides between January 1st and May 31st. Now, it shows after a historically violent year at the start of last year, we are seeing improvement, but homicide numbers are still above where they were back in 2018, the year before his arrival.
And as you heard Shannon saying, Commissioner Michael Harrison's departure makes this the 11th change in leadership at Baltimore's police department since 2000. And now the torch is being passed to Deputy Commissioner Richard Worley. Both Mayor Scott and Harrison are supportive of Worley taking this position. The mayor making it a point to nominate a candidate from within the department. Worley is from Baltimore and has been serving in the police department for more than 25 years, joining as a trainee in 1998. He worked his way up from being a police officer in the Western District to deputy commissioner in 2022, now interim commissioner. The mayor said Worley has, quote, obey in his blood. Well, ahead of Worley's confirmation, law enforcement expert Jason Johnson says any change at the helm of Baltimore Police Department will come with some problems.
When there's rapid turnover in that role, it has a very devastating impact on the organization. It creates chaos. It creates uncertainty. He's going to have to contend with that, and he's going to have to contend with very complicated Baltimore politics, and that is probably the number one reason that we're looking at our 5th police commissioner in the last 8 years.
Now, Johnson says the transition could be mild, as interim commissioner Worley says that he plans to stay the course of Harrison. He's been Harrison's number 2 in command.
Now, former Baltimore Mayor Sheila Dixon is reacting to the news. She joined us yesterday on Fox 45 News at 4 to share her perspective.
You want to make sure that if you see progress, you want to continue to build on that. I can't say that any clearer because of being in that position before. So hopefully all these plans that are in place and changes that have been made, that things won't slip back, that they'll continue to go in a positive direction.
Now, City State's Attorney Ivan Bates also reacting. In a statement, he wrote that he was deeply appreciative of his partnership with the commissioner in launching the citation docket program and their efforts to restore accountability. And Harrison's work to reform BPD is one of the most impressive displays of leadership Baltimore has seen.
Well, we want you to join in on this conversation. Do you think it was the right time for Harrison to step down? This has been changing throughout the morning. So far, 70% of those who have responded say no, it is not the right time. If you'd like to make your voice heard, head to our website, foxbaltimore.com/vote.
To watch the entire news conference with the mayor and Michael Harrison, go to our YouTube page. Just search Fox Baltimore to get started.
I told him, you know, this wasn't my property. This was an error. It was really, really heart-wrenching.
Fox 45 News getting more answers for a Baltimore homeowner you just saw right there after her home was sold by the city on accident. Now, the city has since admitted blame and now has agreed to grant her request for reimbursement. According to Baltimore City, there was a mix-up between Crawford's home and a vacant house across the street. For the fees spent saving her home from foreclosure, Crawford will now be fully refunded. The city has agreed to pay Crawford back after Fox 45 News ran multiple stories, sent questions to the city's leadership on Crawford's behalf. Crawford's spokesperson, Dhruv Vignarajah, says the situation put a significant strain on Crawford's finances, and she's relieved the city decided to make things right.
She is so grateful. It shouldn't come to this, but the fact that the city had the common sense and humanity to understand that they could and needed to right this wrong, it's exactly what we expect our city politicians to do.
In total, the city has agreed to pay Crawford back her $2,700. 9:08, you know what that music means. That's right, it's time for some fun, and it is so Baltimore. Columbia is calling for the Festival of Arts.
That's right. Take a trip and kickstart your summer. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark is there live with what we can expect. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Tom and Taylor. I'm joined by Robert Neal Marshall, the executive director. Robert, we're excited. Beautiful,
Thank you.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Isn't it?
We've had so many great guests on this morning so far.
I know.
You're excited about it.
We are excited. The Columbia Festival of the Arts is back now. It is our second season back since, everybody had to shut down. We have the most exciting summer coming up with this coming weekend, June 16th, 17th, and 18th. We have nonstop music, as we always do traditionally as part of the Columbia Festival of the Arts. We have one of the best arts and crafts, fine arts and crafts jury shows ever. We have food. We have family events. We have Judith Hill coming on Friday night. We have Delfeo Marsalis as part of a tremendous Juneteenth celebration that's going to be with the Third, Laura Bacon and that fabulous team. We have all sorts of foods and activities. We have a monster mural for kids. We're working with the Columbia Arts Center with this gigantic umbrella arts event. It is really nonstop entertainment for absolutely everyone.
Robert, how do you do it? Columbia, you have this high reputation. You're
Yes.
the executive director, and year after year you do it. How do you do it, Robert?
Well, I think it really has to do with the partnerships. For us, it's all about community. It's about partnerships working together in the community and making sure that we bring the greatest diversity as our mission, as our goal for everyone in Columbia. It's our mission. And it takes all year to put this together, believe it or not, even though and we also have ticketed events coming up the following week. We've got a moth project, which is really cool, music projections at the Nature Conservancy. Stoop Storytelling from Baltimore is coming back. And the Columbia Film Festival, over 40 films that are going to be shown virtually with a big celebration on Sunday.
Robert Neal Marshall, thank you so much, man. Great work, guys. It's going to be an amazing time. Make sure you come out.
Oh, yeah, it's a party.
Sounds like it.
Yeah, definitely a good time. Thank you so much, Mark. We appreciate it. And what a great venue, too, for it.
Yeah.
Definitely.
If you'd like some more information on where it's taking place in Columbia, just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. All right, we were just opening up some little kind of cool toys. Really cool gifts that they're giving out. A live look now over Camden Yards. They're always taking on the Kansas City Royals tonight. First pitch, 7:05. First catch will be made by a superhero. The Marvel Universe is coming to Oriole Park this Saturday, Marvel Superhero Day. The first 25,000 fans, 15 and older, will be able to get an Adley Rutschman bobblehead inspired by Captain America.
Aha, I get it now.
Yeah, so if you're going to the game, put on your best superhero costume. There's also a digital photo booth to download for fans to enjoy. And yeah, we're taking a look at these
something like this. Here.
Yeah, are we going to take the helmet off for them too?
Yeah, this. You guys don't want to miss this. This is something. Oh, look at that.
We're not going to zoom in on this, are we?
Look at. I would say his hair is a little better than that, but you know what? So? That's just a little bit. That's maybe just me personally.
I like the fact that it comes with a removable catcher's mask too, so you can see his face and also be able to bobble.
That's
there
a good
we
gift
go.
there. That's a good gift.
Oops, sorry.
Yeah, I think you want to keep. I think Tom wants to play with this today.
It's just a bobblehead, but yeah, everyone loves them. All right, well, that's really cool. Standing on the shield too for Captain America. Steve Rogers, that's my brother's name. Captain America. We're Adley Rutschman. Vacancies growing in high-ranking city positions. Coming up in our next half hour, a look at the hiring crisis that's hitting City Hall.
And former President Donald Trump has been indicted by a federal grand jury. After the break, what lawmakers are saying, and the other president is currently being investigated for mishandling classified documents. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Reactions pouring in overnight and this morning to the unprecedented criminal indictment of former President Donald Trump. He's facing 7 counts in connection with alleged mishandling of classified documents the FBI says that it found at his home in Florida.
That's right. National correspondent Kayla Gaskin joins us live from Capitol Hill. Kayla, what are lawmakers saying?
Well, Taylor, House Minority Leader Democrat Hakeem Jeffries saying the rule of law is central to our democracy and must be applied without fear or favor. On the other side, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy calling it a dark day for the country and promising to hold the Biden administration accountable. On the campaign trail, Republicans taking different routes here. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who is Trump's leading opponent, appearing to come to his defense this morning, calling the weaponization of federal law enforcement a moral threat to a free society. On the other side, former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie tweeting, quote, "Let's see what the facts are. No one is above the law, no matter how much they wish they were," end quote. Another candidate, former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson, calling on him to end his campaign in light of what is now Trump's second indictment. Trump taking to Truth Social, accusing the Department of Justice of trying to bribe the lawyer for a witness in the case, alleging that the DOJ is offering him an important judgeship if the witness flips on Trump. Trump calling for the case to be thrown out.
Kayla, Trump isn't the only president, though, being investigated for mishandling classified documents. The special counsel also digging into President Biden after classified documents were found at his home in Delaware, in the garage, and office space in D.C. that then Senator Biden didn't even know he had taken. So what's the latest there?
Well, he was actually then Vice President Biden. So we're also learning this morning that now President Biden has not been interviewed yet regarding these Obama-era classified documents found at his private office and at his home. Sources tell NBC News his legal team is negotiating conditions. Biden's advisors say he will give an interview once conditions are agreed on. Critics say the Biden and Trump cases are being handled very differently. Pennsylvania Representative Dan Muser calling it a double standard, saying Biden has weaponized the DOJ against his leading opponent for 2024. Representative Nancy Mace saying Biden is trying to take out his political opponents using the executive branch. President Biden emphasizing on Thursday he never pressured the Justice Department to act one way or the other in the case against Trump. Tom, Taylor, back to you.
All right, national correspondent Keely Gaskins live from Capitol Hill. Thank you.
9:17 is the time. We want to find out exactly when we could see some much needed rain.
Right, and will it be enough? Meteorologist Amy Aronson with our forecast.
Yeah, little bit today, more of it come Monday, but either way, the smoke and the haze going to clear out just in time for the weekend. So good news here. Code orange air quality alert remains in place today. That's all the orange you're seeing here on the map. So if you have any issues breathing, maybe you suffer from something like asthma, limit your time outside for one more day. Come tomorrow, we should all be looking much better. Even right now, we can see some sunshine shining down on Camden Yards. Encouraging news with the Orioles back in town today. So hopefully tonight's game will be A-OK, at least with the air quality. We are tracking some showers and some storms later today, too, so we will be dodging that. Mid-70s, that's where we're headed this afternoon. Looks better for the rest of the weekend. Dry, warm, and our skies will continue to clear. First, let's track the future smoke. Still moderate today, so still some issues this afternoon and this evening. But after that, close to sunset, we start to see some breaks in the smoke, and it should start to continue to dissipate. And by tomorrow, actually looking much better. Not seeing the bright yellows and oranges here on the future scan. Instead, we're seeing this lighter yellow color. So that's improving conditions for us as we get into the weekend. But then we've got another issue, drought conditions, moderate drought conditions actually across much of central Maryland. That's the tannish color you see here on the map. We haven't seen a lot of rain recently, and we're not tracking a ton of it, at least today. We are starting off dry. We will see temperatures warm into the mid-70s. And then right around 1 o'clock, I think we see some scattered showers bubble up and potentially a thunderstorm. Nothing severe here, but that threat will stick with us for a little bit of rain through early this evening, wrapping up between 7 and 8. After that, we're dry for the rest of your Friday night plans and dry as we head into the weekend. Great start to your Saturday. Nice afternoon. Lots of sunshine, highs warming through the 80s, ending up in the mid-80s by the end of the day. So for today, still some lingering haze, and then we've got that chance for some scattered showers and even some storms later. Not the best day for outdoor plans, but if you're itching to get outside and enjoy some fresher air, I think you'll have some opportunities to do that today. Tonight, showers and storms will clear out of here right before sunset. After that, temperatures are cooling back into the mid-60s overnight. The weekend looks dry, bright and sunny on Saturday with highs in the mid-80s. We get close to a hot 90 degrees on Sunday, so a hot finish to the weekend. And then here comes that next best chance for rain. Some showers and some storms come Monday with highs in the low 80s. And then just a stray shower will linger Tuesday and Wednesday with highs staying near normal and in the mid-80s all the way through next Thursday. Tom, Taylor?
All right, many businesses entered in our Feed Your Dreams sweepstakes, and only one came out on top. Still ahead in our next half hour, we're going to reveal the big winner who has the chance to make their dreams come true.
Summer's just around the corner. Coming up at our 9 o'clock, well, just a little bit later on in the show, we will show you the best plants to grow in your garden right here in Maryland. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
The official start of summer is just under 2 weeks away, and now is the time to think about your summer garden and add some fresh new plants and color. District Manager from Bell Nursery, Carol Jacobs, joins us with a variety of plants. As always, we're in the jungle here. Always good to see you.
Always good to see you, too. I know I always bring a little more than I should, but you know what?
Beautiful.
There's so many beautiful things that we can plant right now, everything available at the Home Depot, and it's just I got so excited. I'm sorry.
You just brought it all.
I brought it all.
But you said it's good to plant now. Like, you don't have to have already gotten stuff in the ground. Now's a good time.
Now's a great time, right after Memorial Day. It's safe. People feel it. There's the people, the Mother's Day people, but you know, as long as it's not scorching hot out during the day, go ahead and plant. I mean, it's perfect time for vegetables because the soil's warmer now.
Okay.
So we're all set to go, and we have lots of great things to attract pollinators, things for shade, roses, hydrangeas, have everything.
You do. All right, so let's start with what is right here in front of us, and this is something we can put together. I mean, you're not buying it already done. You're creating it.
You can create it. We have beautiful tomato plants, basil. I like to always mix in. You can mix the basil with the tomatoes. They're great companion plants. I always like to put in some marigolds when I do my vegetables because they attract pollinators and they also repel some like not so friendly insects like aphids. So this is a great combo pot. You can do this. You just want to use quality soil, mix some fertilizer in here, water it, and this can just go right on your patio in full sun.
And it just smells amazing. The basil, I love it.
I know.
Oh my gosh, that's a great addition. All right, so now that's our herbs. If we want to just add some color and some pop and some pretty, what do you suggest?
Everything. Absolutely everything. I have this over here is lantana. It's also it attracts butterflies. It's a great pollinator. Any of these perennials, I have that beautiful yarrow. This is coreopsis. You can do these in pots, or you can also do these in the ground.
So what's good for it? So depending on what side of your house you're on, you get full sun.
Right.
You get
this is all full sun over here. Nice little butterfly bush, stays compact. If you want to do this in a container, you can. If you want to, I love this. Actually, it's nice near your vegetables and your herbs as a pollinator. Over here
we
have
science to it, putting things with some things to attract and to repel. I love it.
We also have, if you want to do something fun, we have blueberries. Look at all the blueberries.
Oh my goodness, that's what this is.
That's a blueberry plant. When you plant blueberries, they love full sun, acidic soil, and you need to plant two because they need to pollinate each other. The more plants you have, the more berries you get.
And you just made that sound so easy. This sounds so very ambitious to me, but you just made that, no, plant some blueberries.
Plant some, you could do it in big pots on your patio. You could put them in the yard. They're fabulous, and there's nothing like just going outside and picking blueberries and having snacks.
And Carol, all of this is at Home Depot.
Everything is at Home Depot.
And you can't even see half of the things that she brought down there. I mean, amazing. Your garden and yard will be gorgeous. I love
Look at that hydrangea is like
hydrangeas are my favorites.
And you know what? They part sun. They love morning sun and then afternoon shade. Just anytime you're planting any of these shrubs, perennials, just get them in the ground. I like to plant in the evening because it's a little bit less stressful.
And that's when you water, too. Water in the morning or the evening.
Yeah, and water the soil, not the foliage, especially in the morning because it will burn the foliage.
Okay, Carol, it's always a joy when you come. You just bring so much happiness with the flowers.
Thank you. I love being here.
The second driver in the Beltway crash who killed 6 people is now being held without bond. Still to come, the charges Lisa Lee is facing.
A major shakeup within the Baltimore Police Department. Just ahead, we have reaction and what comes next after Michael Harrison announces he's stepping down as police commissioner.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore. It is Friday, June 9th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers. Coming up in a little bit, I was just outside. There's a minivan and a trailer out there as we're kind of getting our Feed Your Business sweepstakes underway.
We're taking a look at some of the people who had applied and tried to compete to win some money for it, and I think we're going to get a look at some of the finalists.
Small businesses, yeah, this is incredible. So, Amy, when we step outside here in a little bit, I think somebody's making food out there.
Ooh,
snowballs. And Mark Clark's not out there, so it's weird. I'm not sure.
We get this one? Exciting stuff. How was the air quality? Does it
Great.
Oh,
it was good.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Can't wait to step outside. This weekend, it should just get better and better and better. So we're in good shape as we head into the weekend. Now, we've got a couple of little issues, a chance for some showers today, but otherwise we're warming up. We're in the mid and upper 60s right now, so it feels pretty nice. If you're headed out to Camden Yards tonight, the Orioles are back in town. That's exciting stuff. Couple of showers for first pitch, but I think air quality should be pretty decent at that point. Comfortable night for some baseball, low 70s, upper 60s through the end of the game. And the rest of the weekend looks much better. We do have a better chance for rain next week. I'll explain when that arrives in just about 10 minutes. Tom, Megan.
First thing is for me is to breathe. Second thing is to make sure I'm here to help the new police commissioner get acclimated to the work.
4 years in Baltimore. Police Commissioner Michael Harrison is stepping down, leaving behind a legacy of challenges, success, and controversy.
Harrison is the second longest serving commissioner Baltimore City has had in 23 years.
To say that we've just come a long way would be an understatement.
Well, while in office, Harrison tackled everything from critically high crime and staffing shortages to a federal consent decree and a city state's attorney with a no prosecution policy for low-level offenses. Yesterday, he spoke on the department impacts from Marilyn Mosby's policies for the first time.
We had to design policy and guidance for the police officers to perform their duties, understanding we could not put officers in positions to do something and get themselves injured, get community members injured, all of the things that go along with that for a case that's likely not going to be prosecuted.
Despite many obstacles, Harrison is quick to tout a reduction of excessive force complaints against his officers and litigation against the city, as well as a reduction in violent crime this year. But his legacy is leaving some mixed reviews.
I think he ranks up there with one of the worst commissioners we've ever had. Within the last 5 years I was there, you lost a lot. You lost a lot of experience, and you lost a lot of good quality people.
That was Jerry Hensley there, a 40-year veteran of the Baltimore City Police Department. The Baltimore Police Union echoing Hensley's statement. FOP President Mike Mancuso sending a statement to Fox 45 News, and it reads in part, quote, "We have lost over 300 more police officers than we have hired during former Police Commissioner Harrison's tenure. We are currently at 2,100 officers, the lowest point in modern-day history. This leaves the Baltimore Police Department inadequately staffed to carry out its mission. The violence has gone unabated during Harrison's tenure due to his inability to plan to combat it."
We want you to join this conversation. Do you think it was right for Harrison to step down now? So far, 69% of those who have responded say not the right time. To make your voice heard, just head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Michael Harrison is just the latest leader to leave Baltimore. Shannon Lilly shows us this is not a new concept for the city. There have been a number of growing exits.
Well, city leaders are calling it a crisis. Right now, there are nearly a dozen city agencies that don't have permanent leaders. And with the police commissioner announcing he is stepping down from his role, city police now becomes just another agency to add to this list. That list also includes the fire department, the Department of Transportation, the Department of Health, Public Works, Monzi, and Emergency Services. Now, at a hearing last month, city leaders didn't address the reason for so many departures, but they did address the problems the city faces in filling the positions. They start with a residency requirement, which requires directors of city agencies to live in the city.
That person would be, quite frankly, the ideal candidate for the position. but they don't want to sell their house in the county to move into the city and start over again.
But we spoke with Eurypsy Morgan, and she leads a government accountability group. She believes the revolving door with city leaders is more deeply connected to the city's mayor.
Unfortunately, we're at a point where Baltimore City residents are the ones who are going to suffer because of what we're seeing as a lack of managerial skills.
Now, with the election right around the corner, experts fear that recruitment could get that much more difficult because candidates don't know for sure who their next boss will be. Reporting from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, this morning, authorities are advising everyone to limit their time outdoors even as air quality improves, but those wildfires continue through Canada. Take a look at this tweet from NASA, just showing how far those wildfires that started in Quebec are venturing down the East Coast. Some of the worst regions that are the hardest hit include New Jersey, the DMV area, and as far south as Virginia and South Carolina. It is threatening major outdoor events this weekend. In New York City, where the East and Long Island air quality is really putting the Belmont Stakes in jeopardy this weekend. Thursday, Governor Kathy Hochul announced the enhanced safety measures in place, but warns the race could be canceled if conditions deteriorate. Here's a breakdown of how the EPA is gauging the severity of the air quality. Green is healthy, yellow moderate, orange unhealthy, red unhealthy for all, and purple would be considered hazardous. Now this is the latest, as President Biden is now saying he's sending more support to help fight raging fires in Canada. He also addressed the ongoing threat to millions of Americans.
It's very important that affected communities listen to the guidance of their state and local officials from this point forward. To keep up to date on the air quality in real time, go to the app that we provide. It's called airnow.gov. And check on one another.
All right, take a look at this. This is the Maryland Department of Environment's air quality forecast. And as you can see, most of the state is orange, which is an improvement over yesterday. Some parts are even in yellow out west. That is the latest here from the Live Center as we follow those air concerns for you.
Well, the fight over Adnan Syed's freedom now in front of the state's highest court. Still had the new motion filed by the family of Heyman Lee.
But first, we have a positively adorable dog in studio today. Look how cute. Taylor's getting a sneak peek. Go in there. Get in there, Taylor.
Yeah,
You're
Taylor,
fine.
it's all right.
We're going to introduce the pet of the week that you just can't get enough of. Look how cute. 9:37 now on Good Day Baltimore. That's a good dog. Who's a good boy? It is time to meet our pet of the week. We have Katie Haynes with the Maryland SPCA joining us with Crosby, who is extremely handsome and well behaved. Tell us about him.
He absolutely is. So this is Crosby. Crosby's about 3 years old, and he's looking for his forever home.
He is a good-looking dog, and he's been just happy. He loves people.
He is. Aside from just being devilishly handsome, he is the absolute life of the party. Loves meeting new people. Absolutely thrives on human affection.
Yes,
You'll also
he wants to be
notice,
pet.
Yeah,
and wants
I
to,
brought
like a
his
cat,
favorite
rub
toy.
against your legs.
Yep. As soon as you touch him, he melts.
How old
Loves
is he?
His butt scratches. He's about 3 years old. He was a transport from another shelter. He's available for adoption, and we're just really hoping to find him a home. We're all shocked that he's still at the shelter.
I am
he's just
too.
So charismatic. Did great in the car this morning.
I was going to ask, Kelly, because that's a big test for people and other animals.
It
Good
is.
with cats, other cats and dogs?
We don't really have a history of how he does with other animals, so we can't say kind of either way.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's definitely going to be somebody's amazing family dog. You'll notice I brought his toy with him.
He likes to chew.
Definitely loves his toys. He is a dog that never takes a toy for granted, and it actually is kind of like a comfort blanket to him. So if he has a toy with him, he is happy. He is good to go.
And he's been good. He didn't try to lick me or chew my feet. You know what I mean? I think a lot of dogs don't have those social awareness cues. He's been very socially aware.
Yes, very polite boy. And just really sweet, very patient. I actually use him as one of our trainer dogs at the shelter with new volunteers.
I love him.
So he's fabulous, definitely looking for his forever home. So if you're interested, definitely come to the shelter at 3300 Falls Road.
I think he sees himself on the screen over there. Thank you so much, Crosby.
What you think,
You want to
bud?
go for a walk now? Today would be a good day to do that. Let's go outside. Let's go enjoy, because we can finally get a break from that thick, smoky haze. Just ahead, meteorologist Amy Aronson is taking a look at our next weather maker, the impacts it could have on the air quality levels, and mostly just if it's good dog walking weather. Plus, our Feed Your Dreams sweepstakes comes to an end. Stay with us. We have a surprise that you don't want to miss. 9:42 now on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Okay, guess what? You guys have been watching this for the last few weeks. You know that we've been running a sweepstake. It's called Feed Your Dreams. It's to help you get a little bit better business for people that have, they're starting their small business with food, right?
Yep, and it's $2,500 is what the winner gets to help fund their food truck. We had a lot of people write in, talk about their business plans.
150 words or plus, somewhere to
Get to do
explain
some
why.
research.
Yeah.
And now we have a winner.
Well, they don't know that, though. So we haven't been telling them. We've been saying this is our finalist. We were out there actually chatting with them during the commercial break, saying, hey, well, thanks for coming out and being our finalist. She doesn't know that she actually is the winner.
So we're going to go outside right now. Come with us. They've got their food truck out here. They just don't know that they won $2,500 to help make this bigger.
She was telling us that she just started this business a couple years ago. She just got a certificate to be able to add more food to it. So come join us.
All right, here we go. I think we're supposed to knock on the door over here. Inside this trailer should be Kimberly Anderson, who owns this small business. Hello?
Kim, you in there?
Kimberly! Hi, Kimberly! Are you open for business? Come check this out.
Come on. Well, you know what? You have snowballs, right? Tiger's blood. You've got a whole list, everything here.
Wow.
Nice.
Stuffed snowballs with ice cream.
So what is it that you serve in here? What's your specialty?
We serve gourmet hot dogs and regular hot dogs. Gourmet hot dogs are wrapped in bacon. All our hot dogs are named after.
Can you hand me that tray? What is that?
Oh,
she's going to get something. Wait for this.
This is a sample of some of our hot dogs.
Oh my
sorry.
God!
Let me see this. Here,
I'm gonna let Tom take this.
The women, the names with women.
Oh, I love the names. Look at this.
Hot dogs.
Marilyn Monroe, Aretha Franklin, Janis Joplin dog, Chuck Berry.
Kimberly, you started this food truck. What is your dream for it? What are you hoping for the future?
To have a good time. I started to have a good time and make people happy, and it's good food, and they come, they listen to the music, they dance, hula hoop. It's like a family blast for everybody, and to just get in now and be happy.
You want it to grow.
Yeah, definitely.
So we're trying to talk about grow your business, right? I mean, that's the sweepstakes that was there with Gordon Ramsay. How'd you find out about it? Were you watching Fox 45?
My fiance was watching Fox 45, and he's like, you ought to enter, so we did.
Okay, well, that's
so
great.
Glad to have some of the finalists here, but it's not just the finalists that we have here, Tom.
No, in fact, right now, we want to let you know you won!
Open up that envelope, make it official.
Oh my gosh, how cool.
Come here, get in here. Come on, fiance. Come hang out with us. Come on.
Congratulations!
Right behind you.
Now
We got the camera there. Yeah.
Do the signage for the outside is our next step, what we were going to do with the money.
Oh,
so
my
that's
goodness.
awesome. So that's our final step.
Let everyone know where we can find this truck.
At Route 30 and Maple Grove Road, in front of Manchester Valley High School. We're there at the corner.
Oh, I know exactly where you are.
Facebook, we post every day if we're there because we do a lot of events and private parties.
Name of your company?
Fresh and Icy Mobile Foods. We're on Facebook.
Fresh and Icy.
Check us out.
Fresh and
We're
Icy.
about to make this sign bigger or larger.
Oh, yeah.
Congratulations. Kimberly Anderson, our winner.
Woo!
Look at this.
You know you won?
Feeding her dreams.
No.
Yes, all right, good.
Awesome.
We pulled it off.
Thank you.
That's great. Congratulations.
Oh, he wants to give
There
her
we
a
go.
kiss. Are
All
you
right.
proud?
Yes, I'm very proud.
Go give her a kiss.
We're
Go
going
ahead.
from PG to PG-13 now. A little smooching going on. Oh, look at that. Look at this. Yes, all right.
Yay.
And when is the wedding day?
Slowed it down a little bit.
All right, well, we're going to speed it up now. We're heating it up, right?
Congratulations again.
Congratulations.
So much.
First hot dogs on us.
Oh, yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
And as they celebrate out there, the sun is back. The air quality looks much improved from yesterday. We're back at 112 today for our air quality index. Puts us in the unhealthy category for sensitive groups, but overall looking much better. And it's going to continue to look much better over the weekend, too. We're back in the moderate category, so better for outdoor plans Saturday and Sunday. Here's a look at all the numbers if you're wondering where we at on the scale. In the orange category still today, but come tomorrow, we drop back off to the moderate category. So that's getting better and better. You can still see a little bit of haze draped over Towson right now, so still a little bit of an issue. But overall, we're going to continue to see that dissipate as the days continue. Temperature-wise, we're warming up. We've got some sunshine, mid-60s right now, pretty much everywhere. Now, I am tracking a little disturbance today, coming with a chance for some scattered showers and even a thunderstorm. That's going to drop southward. It's not a huge rain chance, but that's going to help cleanse out our atmosphere even more. So we actually need the rain. That would be beneficial for us today. And future scan shows that developing between 1 and 3 o'clock, lasting lasting through about 7 o'clock this evening, so it's not a long event, and they're scattered. So don't cancel your outdoor plans. Just be prepared with an umbrella, just in case. And then we've got clear skies and sunshine taking over on Saturday, lasting through the end of the weekend. It's not until early next week that we're tracking our next real weather maker. This is it off to our west. This one's going to bring us our next best chance for rain, and that arrives Monday afternoon. So today's not the best pool day just because we still have some air quality issues, plus that chance for some late day showers and storms. Saturday, noticeably better. We are back with sunshine, highs in the warm mid-80s, and then we get close to 90 by Sunday, so a pretty hot finish to the weekend. Maybe your weekend plans take you down to the beach. Not fantastic there today because of some air quality issues and that chance for some showers and storms. But Saturday and Sunday, skies should also clear there. Sunshine is back, perfect for some beach time with temperatures warming their way into the mid-70s. Here at home, a nice dry weekend up until Monday. Monday's when that much-needed rain moves in, and then a stray shower will linger Tuesday and Wednesday. In a couple of minutes, we'll take a look at that full 10-day forecast.
Thank you, Amy. Making your headlines this Friday morning, the fight for justice continues 24 years since Woodlawn teen was found dead. Now, the family of Heyman Lee calling on the state's highest court to reopen the hearing that set Adnan Syed free last year. And they are asking the state Supreme Court to rule that crime victims have a right to be heard during the process to vacate someone's conviction. And just weeks before the July 1st start for legal recreational cannabis sales, the state is offering help for some small businesses that want to get into the industry. It's part of Maryland Cannabis Business Assistance Fund and will help them convert their medical use license into adult use licenses. Funding is going to be available to help train and assist minority and women-owned small businesses entering the industry.
Sunday on Full Measure, after an aggressive march toward green energy, Europe recently neared disaster with soaring prices, rationing, and the possibility of blackouts. Green energy advocates say the flaws in Europe's transition have been exposed and heightened with the Russia-Ukraine war. Russia drastically cut back its fossil fuel supply that Europe had been relying on. Now, some European countries are reopening coal plants and facing restrictions on the energy citizens can use.
Germany has certainly been very active in trying to go green. But like a lot of countries that are going green, they still substantially rely upon fossil fuels. You can't suddenly go and change from 100% fossil fuel to 100% green. It doesn't work like that. And whilst there were abundant supplies of traditional fossil fuels and natural gas, people could imagine moving in steady stages towards more green energy. But actually, once you disrupt that system, once you turn off the taps, it brings home very brutally and very quickly how dependent you are.
This week on Full Measure, Cheryl Atkinson reports from Germany and the UK on developments that could teach the U.S. a lot about what might come from here.
The sun is out today, but rain not far behind. Coming up, meteorologist Amy Aronson saying rain could be bookending your weekend and how the smoke will hold up in her 10-day forecast. 9:53 is the time.